sono molto onorata di darvi il benvenuto a questo evento di inaugurazione del Partenariato Europeo sull'economia blu. Sono Elisabetta Balzi, lavoro alla Commissione Europea, alla DG Ricerca e Innovazione, sono il capounità dell'unità che si occupa della salute dei mari e degli oceani e oggi avrò l'onore di moderare questa sessione di apertura di questo grande evento di inaugurazione del Partenariato Europeo sull'economia blu. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, and delegates from so many countries and organizations, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this high-level event to inaugurate the European Partnership on the Sustainable Blue Economy. This morning I'm very honored and delighted to moderate this opening session to inaugurate the launch of a European Sustainable Bioeconomy Partnership. I am Elisabetta Balzi, I'm from the European Commission. I work at Research and Innovation Directorate General, and I'm heading the unit in charge of healthy seas and oceans. So I will be very honored to moderate this opening session, and I would like to start by introducing our first honorable speaker, Mrs. Marcella Panucci, who is the head of cabinet of the Italian Minister of University and Research. Italy is the coordinating country and hosting country of this partnership, and we are very honored to have you, Mr. Panucci, head of the cabinet of Minister Anna Maria Bernini. Welcome to the podium. Grazie.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, distinguished representatives of the European Commission, dear guests of the Blue Economy community. I would first like to thank our host, the Academy of Fine Arts of Rome, that in 2023 celebrates its centennial anniversary and 150 years since the construction of this marvelous venue. I look forward to listening to our honorable guest's speech, Mr. Bionar Sharan, I hope I pronounced it correctly, and the message of Ms. Maria Gabriel, the EU Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. It is a true honor for me today, and I, speaking on behalf of the Ministry Anna Maria Bernini, to toast together to the birth of a new opportunity. It's an opportunity to discover, develop and advance our cooperation as European partners, sharing our common values, not just in politics, but also in the research domain. The Next Generation Horizon Europe 49 partnerships have been conceived to tackle systemic and pervasive challenges such as climate change, biodiversity loss, and the global competition for technological leadership, supporting the Union in achieving the green and digital transformation. A strong answer may only come from a comprehensive European approach, capable of managing the complexity deriving from many different national needs in various scientific fields. We gather here to celebrate the beginning of a new initiative pursuing the European general well-being. 25 countries, 60 partner institutions, and 450 million euros, including the contribution of the European Commission for a 7-year investment planning. It's a huge plan. I'm honored that the Ministry of University and Research will represent Italy as coordinator of this initiative. We are very much thankful of this role for research and innovation for the EU's neighboring seas and the Atlantic Ocean. Investing in the blue economy means seeking a greater value added for existing marine-based and marine-related activities and developing new ones. It also means supporting the best conditions and practices in order to safeguard the maritime environment, connecting sustainability and care for biodiversity and human health. In addition, traditional maritime industries such as transports and both living and non-living resources exploitation can benefit from innovative activities. This partnership plans to set 6 calls for proposals in the upcoming 7 years, the first one being launched in less than a month from now. The partnerships adopt a sea-basin approach between member states, which embodies the spirit of scientific and international cooperation in a shared, mutable environment with no physical boundaries. 5 areas of intervention have been defined to start promoting applied research in a wide spectrum of disciplines and activities. Digital simulations, multi-use structures to serve the needs of food, energy and transport industries, innovative planning and managing sea uses, and sustainable management and production of ocean bioresources. The European Commission and Member States will jointly provide financial resources in a process that will evaluate research and innovation proposals aligning and responding both to national and common European objectives. As partnership coordinator, together with the Ministry of Enterprises and Made in Italy, we worked hard in order to make available €9.5 million for the first 2 calls for proposals. Besides the Ministry of Enterprises and Made in Italy, we will also work with the Hydrographic Institute of the Italian Navy and 4 affiliated partners, first-class public research institutions, as well as owners of key research infrastructures, and that I want to thank one by one: the National Research Council, the National Institute on Dorn. Really thank you for this cooperation. This partnership, together with the broader Horizon Europe framework, will strengthen the foundations for a new European research area, thanks to its characteristics: shared priority areas, common principles, and co-funded initiatives. Italy is deeply linked to the sea, with almost 7,500 kilometers of coastline and over 600 coastal municipalities. According to 2019 data, the Italian blue economy value chain represents, considering also the indirect effects, almost 8.6% of national added value. Moreover, in 2020, Italy was the largest maritime passenger transport country in Europe. This is why the Ministry of University and Research, thanks to the funds made available by the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, has been able to allocate significantly to the new permanent National Biodiversity Future Center. A key area of its activities will be related to the Mediterranean Sea, our most valuable biodiversity hotspot. Cooperation and synergy between Italian and European research programs is pivotal to the fulfillment of our common long-term objectives. The Horizon Europe mission, Restore Our Ocean and Waters, for instance, bolsters concrete public actions and investments in research and innovation to restore the health of our ocean and waters. Its environmental protection aims are crucial to Italian interests in preserving not only its natural heritage, but also citizens' health and quality of life, together with an important part of its economic activities. I get to the end. We share a border-free continent with its different cultures and countless opportunities, and as European citizens, we have a common responsibility towards the natural environment. This is why we think having the chance to work together with the Research Council of Norway is particularly meaningful. Thank you for your kind attention to you all. Thank you to the European Commission, and I hand back the floor to you, Mrs. Moderator. Thank you.
Grazie infinite. Many thanks to the Head of Cabinet, Mrs. Panucci. And now I would like to give the floor to our next honorable speaker, who is the Minister of Fisheries and Ocean Policies, Bjornar Sharan. Minister Sharan could not, unfortunately, join us in Rome, and he sent us a video message, so we will see the Minister on the screen.
Minister Anna Maria Bernini, Excellencies, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Italian hosts and to the European Commission for their tireless efforts to highlight the importance of the oceans. As an important ocean nation with the longest coastline in Europe, Norway wants to protect the ocean and encourage sustainable blue growth. Like many European countries, we share a common history. We depend on healthy and productive oceans, and the valuable natural resources living there. Today, we are all concerned that the ocean is under multiple stressors: climate change, pollution, and loss of biodiversity. That is why we must strive for a sustainable blue economy based on clean and healthy oceans and well-functioning ecosystems. Norway fully supports the Green Deal. We believe in a greener, fairer, and more sustainable Europe, and we support the approach that the Green Deal must also be blue. Sustainable development of the oceans can only be achieved by investing in observations and research to inform industry and decision makers. The ocean has no borders, and the challenges are too great for one country to solve alone. We therefore seek cooperation and is a full member of the European Framework Programme for several decades. The Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership offers a unique opportunity to make Europe a driving force to deliver on global challenges such as the Sustainable Development Goals and SDG 14 in particular. By coordinating our efforts, it provides hope for the future of our oceans. Efficient restoration and protection must be based on knowledge. That is why our recently launched long-term plan for research and higher education, Ocean and Coastline, is highly prioritized. And that is why Norway also invests heavily in Arctic and Atlantic-related marine research, vulnerable areas with a slow recovery rate. I would also like to mention that we are negotiating a new funding period for the EEA and Norway grants. There are successful examples of blue growth programs in the current programming period, and we would not mind seeing more of these. This will largely depend on the priorities of the EU 13 countries. Dear all, we are happy to co-lead the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership with Italy in lead. And I would like to thank you for the close and fruitful cooperation that I'm sure will benefit us all. I wish you a successful kick-off meeting and thank you for your attention.
I would like to thank very much the Norwegian Minister Bjørnar Skjæran. And the next address is from our European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, Maria Gabriel. She unfortunately could not make it to come to Rome, and she asked our director, John Bell, Director of Healthy Planet at the Directorate General for Research and Innovation of the European Commission, to convey her message. John, please.
So I've been asked to deliver a message by Maria Gabriel, the Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. She asked me to deliver this personally on her behalf. So, dear Minister Anna Maria Bernini, dear Dottoressa Panucci, dear Minister Bjørnar Skjæran, dear members of the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership, dear representatives and participants from so many different organizations, countries and regions, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you, Anna Maria, for inviting me to this milestone event. It is with great pleasure that I virtually join you in the beautiful venue of the Academy of Fine Arts of Rome through a message that I've asked to be delivered personally on my behalf. I particularly thank the efforts of Italy and Norway in coordinating this new partnership on sustainable blue economy. I'm very pleased with the rapid evolution. The numbers speak for themselves: 25 countries, 60 partner institutions, and the European Commission agreed to pool research and innovation investments for nearly €500 million over 7 years for a just and inclusive transition to a blue economy. Good coordination of efforts will be crucial. I count on your support in identifying priorities and in implementing our joint strategies and roadmaps. We need flexible cooperation, enabling synergies at all levels between policies, between programmes and instruments at EU level. Your partnership can contribute to strengthening national, regional and local research and innovation systems. It's important to involve a broad range of actors and territories, maximising research results and the impact of innovation to all, to be open and inclusive. Finally, I'd like to invite you, Minister Bernini, and all countries involved in this partnership to lead by example and join forces in our mission to restore our ocean and waters by 2030 across all European seas and ocean basins. This new partnership is an opportunity to work together to respond and shape the profound economic and social transformation needed for a new blue economy in Europe for the benefit of all citizens. I look forward to working with you. I expect concrete results, and you can count on my report, on my support. May I wish you a very successful event. Grazie mille. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our Commissioner Gabriel and to our Director John Bell. And our next welcoming speaker is, we are very honored to introduce and to thank the President of this very beautiful Academy of Fine Arts, so Mr. Giuseppe Soriero, who is not only the President of this Academy, he is also the President of the National Conference of Presidents of all Italian Academies, and he has also been Undersecretary of State of Maritime Affairs, so he's very much in the subject. So Mr. Soriero, many thanks for your hospitality, and the word is yours.
Good morning. Ok? Ok. Buongiorno, grazie della vostra presenza, del vostro contributo prezioso che si innesta in maniera veramente incredibile, coincide con una fase della ricerca nella quale l'Accademia di Roma è fortemente impegnata a valorizzare la funzione dell'arte in questa fase storica. Ieri è intervenuta la direttrice, la professoressa Cecilia Casorati, facendo riferimento al valore dirompente che l'arte può avere proprio in questa fase nella quale per tante ragioni sono riemerse paure tremende. La pandemia, un male internazionale. La guerra, un male internazionale. La carenza delle risorse energetiche, un male internazionale. La mancata e piena valorizzazione delle vie del mare è ancora un limite che pesa sulle condizioni dello sviluppo e delle prospettive da costruire per rendere credibile un obiettivo che sembra evanescente, ma nel quale noi crediamo, la pace. E la dottoressa Panucci, che io ringrazio, chiedendo a lei di trasmettere al Ministro Bernini, lo l'ho già detto al direttore Consoli, con cui la direttrice Casorati è in contatti continui. Siamo davvero onorati di ospitare questo evento, perché lo vediamo non solo come un'ospitalità fisica, ma come un contributo a innestare la ricerca in corso dell'Accademia di Belle Arti di Roma su un programma che è quello che voi avete esposto e che state discutendo in questi giorni, che deve trovare due parole chiave. La dottoressa Panucci ha detto in inglese, in English, cooperation and synergy, cooperazione e sinergia. Due parole chiave per rendere credibile una prospettiva di investimenti per la ricerca e noi diciamo da Roma per l'alta formazione artistica e culturale. Coincide, concludo, con due celebrazioni, il 150° anniversario dell'Istituto d'Arte, 150, e il centenario 100 della istituzione dell'Accademia di Belle Arti di Roma. E poi c'è una ragione personale, che proprio oggi va in stampa un mio nuovo libro, la cui copertina è stata pensata qui, e non solo la copertina, nell'Accademia di Roma, che parla, la dottoressa Panucci certamente conosce bene, di un grande evento che valorizza le vie del mare, è Gioia Tauro, la sfida vincente. Un segno che dall'Italia si può dell'economia e dell'utilizzo delle risorse pubbliche. Poi avremo altre sedi per ragionare sul PNRR, che è diventata un po' di nuovo la parola chiave di una ritualità, a mio avviso, in tanti convegni, e invece dobbiamo, come il Ministero efficacemente sta già facendo, nutrirla di progetti credibili e pulsante di un incontro tra diverse culture, di quelle culture che il grande storico francese Fernand Braudel diceva il fronte del sole, valorizzando molto le caratteristiche dei territori, del clima, delle coltivazioni, della terra, dell'agricoltura, e poi successivamente il grande storico inglese Abulafia, che ha voluto invece mettere a fuoco, accanto alle riflessioni di Braudel, quelle che valorizzano il ruolo delle persone, delle comunicazioni, del viaggio, della possibilità di vedere per pensare meglio. E questo è un po' l'obiettivo, possibilità di inquadrare bene tutto il lavoro che l'Accademia di Belle Arti sta facendo con la direttrice delle, la valorizzazione dell'arte e il contributo dell'alta formazione artistica come un fattore dirompente di una nuova visione del mondo, di una nuova visione, una grande risorsa che è la risorsa dell'uomo e dei giovani studenti, dei 4.000 studenti circa che frequentano queste aule ed anche quest'aula magna. Grazie.
Us today in this wonderful academy and for highlighting the value, the highest value that art can bring in this historical phase, as you said, where the key word is making peace, and making peace with nature, which is also a key topic of what we are going to discuss today, making peace also with the oceans. I would like now to introduce our next speaker, the director of our Healthy Planet Directorate at DG Research and Innovation of the European Commission, John Bell. I call you back to the floor, John, to give us an overview of setting the scene for this launch of a Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership. Thank you, John.
So good morning again, everybody. I'd like to thank you for a warm welcome for this extraordinary event, and I should probably say auguri to the Accademia del Belle Arti. My hope is that when you meet here in 100 years' time, which is of course a very small time period in this city, that this event will be one of the events when we turn the history of the next century in the area that will most affect our outcomes, our futures, our cultures, our economies, and our civilization, which is the fate of the oceans and the seas that will define our sense. So I'm not expecting to be around for that meeting, Elisabetta, but I hope they will take note. A pleasure to meet you this morning, and my colleagues from the ministry and my colleagues here in Italy. It's traditional for Irish people to upset people in their own language, so here it goes. Ringraziare in particolare l'Italia per la sua vostra leadership a livello europeo per la bioeconomia, per la ricerca e innovazione per il mare nostrum e l'economia del mare. Molto grazie all'Italia. Thank you very much to Italy and for hosting us. So, I guess if you were to reduce a very complicated process to a phrase here in Italy, we would say, we are all azzurri now. We are all blue, people of the oceans, our consciousness as to what defines us and our dilemma. The European Union is an ocean union, and as our colleague, our minister from Norway, we very much welcome this great cooperation, has pointed out. We're all the coasts, the ports, the islands, the people whose fate over generations will be decided by the knowledge that we pool and the solutions that we find, and the translation, the word that was mentioned earlier on by Dr. Panucci, of this work to the people who need it most as quickly as possible. So we're an ocean union. Our blue blind spot is not an affordable one in terms of how we understand ourselves. The recognition that the research and innovation community is stepping up to meet the ambition, to meet the requirement, to deal with the dilemma that we and our oceans are facing, which is not simply historic or generational, it's civilizational. So this is the right place to start this conversation. It is extraordinary. I mean, we are used to working together across Europe. What Europe allows us to do, Europe is not an idea, it's people and places and cooperation and getting more from the sum of our parts. I'd like to congratulate in particular the coordinator, the co-coordinator, and all partners, the 25 participating countries, for this extraordinary achievement that we start with today. This is not a normal thing that happens. This is a major step forward. It is an entirely new level of ambition. You have brought together and harnessed the power of countries and systems and ministries and communities at a moment when it is most needed. This co-funded partnership, it is of instrumental value as well as being important in and of itself to address our most pressing challenges, to create this more sustainable blue economy upon which so many people depend, and through concerted research and innovation initiatives with public and private partnerships, and of course with us in the European Commission. We're delighted to walk this journey with you. Dr. Panucci, we often say at this point in time that science now has a different responsibility. It has a responsibility to give courage to politics, to give hope to citizens, to give opportunity to innovation, and to give respite to nature. And this partnership embodies framework program when we start to develop different forms of partnership with member states for research and innovation. It's a moment that in this Horizon Europe partnership, which is a new way of working together, it is a more strategic policy, community and instrument, and than were perceived in the past. It is no longer just an additional funding source. As I like to say, we are trying to move from being an ATM to being a GPS. We're now moving from talking about money and pools and all the rest to how are we together going to navigate this extraordinary transition facing our improving national R&I governance systems. There is something in it, and this is another thing to pass to our ministers. There's something in it for them. Efficiency gains, quicker access to knowledge, working across departments, enriching the national portfolios. Some have been instrumental in improving the capacity of certain countries in relation to infrastructures. This is particularly important for less advanced countries. An example of such a legacy are the activities coordinated by JPI Oceans and the ERANET co-funds like Martera on maritime technologies, the Blue Bioeconomy co-fund and Ocean ERA. In October 2020, the Commission stressed its and reforms in research and innovation towards the green, the European Green Deal and digital transitions. They're also critical for Europe's economic recovery. After this great pandemic, We are setting targets of spending 5% of national public funding on joint research and development programs and European partnerships by 2030. So it is really a motor also of economic recovery which will be generated by not to set up dedicated measures for newcomers and reach out to widening countries in Europe. May I emphasize this, please? This is a remarkable feature of this partnership. From the first day that we start, can you put at the center of your work connecting with the countries and the regions that haven't had the opportunities that many countries here have to develop their science and research innovation capability? Let's make that one of the defining legacies of this partnership, that whoever comes all stronger as a result. It is extraordinary that these Horizon European partnerships not only contribute to European resilience, and resilience is going to be, if you like, the badge of citizenship in the future, but also to our commitment to the United Nations Sustainable Development is already available in a recently published report on the performance of European partnerships. And there's a big discussion going on looking at partnerships like this, which is a groundbreaker, to see how we take this forward. The partnership, which is formally entitled A Climate Neutral, Sustainable and Productive Blue Economy, and can be described as the European Union's blue arm of the Green Deal, uniting research and innovation efforts to aid this great transition to a sustainable blue economy. It also gives us the opportunity to work. We are structuring the environment with other Horizon European partnerships that are closely relevant for the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership, remembering that these partnerships are completely different in scale and size than anything that's gone before, and they bring different ministries and organizations together. The Water for All, the Biodiversità partnerships, the Zero Emissions Waterborne Transport Partnership, the Clean Energy Transition Partnership, the Partnership for Safe and Sustainable Food Systems, which of course has a blue dimension in it, the Circular Bio-Based Europe Public-Private Partnership, transforming the opportunity of the blue bioeconomy into innovation and investment on the ground, and the Partnership for Innovative SMEs. So you need to make contact and work out a way of working together. So I'd like to conclude, which is usually the bit of my speaking that's most welcome. This is not an ordinary meeting. It's not an ordinary piece of comitology. This is an extraordinary statement of ambition and commitment by all of us at a critical moment, in a critical decade, when the future of most of the things that we hold dear will be decided by our ability to bring knowledge and innovation and solutions to the people that we need to support. You have a very important role to play to address the technological as well as the social and environmental dimensions in the future research and innovation activities of the partnership, to enhance the sustainability and resilience of the blue economy through a well-designed science policy interface. You can also add significant value to work on structuring the relation with the digital twin of the ocean. This is another huge project that we have to do together, where President von der Leyen, with President Macron and the leaders of Europe, the global, committed we would have a prototype blueprint ready for the digital twin of the ocean by next year. This is part of its enablers. As you already know, the mission Restore Our Oceans and Waters by 2030, and aimed at restoring the health and natural capital of the oceans and waters, is a critical opportunity here to scale and connect. And this is when I say at the beginning, we need all hands on deck. We need to get these communities to work together. And I'm delighted that my colleague Kęstutis Sadauskis will come and address you on this in a moment. He's given such great leadership on this. The mission will be looking at the sea basins in these lighthouses in the Atlantic, Arctic, in the Mediterranean, in the Baltic and North Sea, in the Danube and Black Sea. So there's an obvious opportunity to connect. Based on extensive regional sea basin and Atlantic research and innovation cooperation, the partnership is also in a prominent position to ensure that we can leverage each other and support the mission lighthouses. And we need to be inclusive. We need to work with the member states and the countries on both sides of the Mediterranean and in these sea basins. And I'm hoping that when we meet in Palermo at the end of May, we will have another opportunity to celebrate this point of departure. So, in this decade of tipping points, in this decade of decisions, I hope we can look back to this moment when we were here, when we stood up and research and innovation stood up to meet the dilemma, at a different level of ambition, at a different level of mobilisation, and at a different level of hope. Congratulations to you. Grazie mille. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bell, for your very inspiring address, which has set the scene. And now we would like to enter in the very core of the subject. And I would like to invite Margherita Cappelletto, who has played a leading role in the organization of this partnership, to describe the vision, the objectives, and the architecture of a partnership. Margherita is from the Italian Ministry of University and Research. Margherita, the floor is yours. Of course. Great pleasure.
Good morning, everybody, colleagues of the Sustainable Blue Economy community. I'm very pleased to welcome you here in Rome, my city, a city that talked to our marine and maritime community through centuries and generations. If it happens that you have a few hours before taking your flight, you can be a witness of a spatial planning action at the Porto di Traiano, very close to the airport, where in the first century after that, at first Emperor Claudio built a harbor that was unmanageable because of sand deposit. So then Traiano intervened, the next emperor, to build the second harbor, more inner one, with a very specific hexagonal shape, so to increase the number of mooring points. It was needed to, of course, for the transit of very useful to avoid floods. Today, after centuries of changing environment, the harbor is 3 kilometers inland and decommissioned for tourist activities and some leisure. I did a couple of races there. The same need of food and the need to sell it at industrial scale, it was at the core of a fish farm dated back in the 1st century before that and connected to a Roman villa, Torre Astura, 1 hour south of Rome, so I think we will need a weekend. During the Middle Age, under the control of the Frangipane family, the main building, a castle, appeared surrounded by large rectangular fish pond, 120 per 150 meters, with tanks and internal compartments open along each side for the continuous renewal of water and seawater circulation. The fish came from the sea. They were compartmentalized according to the size of the species and finally catched to be sent to the market in Rome. It was a smaller world. It was a healthier ecosystem. The dawn of scientific method about our innovative project and of course other structuring activities such as the event of today that will be needed to really create and maintain this community together. The Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership aims to support the EU policy objectives of the Green Deal, the Digital Europe, and ultimately contribute to the UN Sustainable Goals. As a matter of fact, the ocean is a global common. Coming to the architecture and design of our partnership, we started from a co-shared and co-owned by countries, the Commission and representative and sea basin initiatives, strategic research and innovation agenda, from which we derived our so-called flagship or intervention areas that are impact-oriented thematic areas that will inform our calls, and in particular the first 5 will inform our first call for proposal. The final layer of this architecture, which is a sort of living architecture is the impact. Impact refers to the tangible change and measurable change that we need to make at local level, and refers to the scaling up of relevant results for the benefit of society. Our strategic research and innovation agenda was released on February 2021, and it was really a joint effort by all countries and the Commission, the Sea Basin Initiative, with the support of JPI Oceans. The pillars: blue economy in harmony with nature, blue economy solution towards climate neutrality, thriving blue economy for the people, integrated and responsive ocean governance, plus the 7 enablers are really driving our objectives. The list, which list is a very long one, 39 objectives. So when we needed to design and focus our strategies, we need to, following the reaction of countries in terms of urgent and important priorities, we need to craft these objectives into 5 preliminary intervention areas that you see presented here, and that will be right after my presentation illustrated in more detail. This will be the basis of our first co-funded calls, and as I was saying, the living architecture of the partnership will enable to reflect on this intervention area in relation to the monitoring of our call result, and of course in order to take into consideration how the landscape around us is evolving. Beside the call for proposal, we will implement additional activities. I mean, to really build the communities, it's important that we think about, for example, skills, and this is very mandatory, in particular for a crucial asset. The first call for proposal, and I will not tune it. As we heard from the multi-layer connectivity, on which we discussed in the framework of the steering committee on Monday, because living in a complex world, we need to also to find a strategy, a methodology on how to implement the connectivity. Our connectivity already proved to be a very fruitful and productive interaction and synergy, and we will see that by mobilizing the sea basin dimension, it will be possible to exchange practice across the sea basin and scale them up for the benefit of all. And this connectivity goes also across sectors, and we always mention the quintuple helix approach of addressing policymakers, scientists, the industrial world, the civil society, in the environment where we all live, and across discipline. And I'm very, very glad that today we will manage to dedicate a session afterwards to first, maybe naive for today, exchange. Our architecture is co-creation and co-design, and to reflect I mean, one of the tools to implement this connectivity will be, of course, to engage our stakeholders at the regional, sectoral, or team-specific level all along the value chain. Is the participatory approach through our architecture uptake the opportunity at the different levels. It is maybe not an easy initiative, but it will be easy to engage with us by participating to the project that we will set up.
Thank you very much, Margherita, for having presented the visions, the objectives, and the structure, the architecture of this partnership, and congratulations for the remarkable work that you have done to coordinate this partnership. Our next presentation will be done by Benjamin Curtin from the ULIC Research, characterize this partnership and where the actions will be done. ULIC. Thank you, Benjamin. The floor is yours.
I'm presenting to you today the ideas that we have, and like my pre-speaker, Margherita, I will start with a small preamble. But first of all, where am I coming from? My name is Benjamin Curtin. I'm the Work Package 2 lead, a science policy officer at Jülich Research Center, the project management Jülich, and working on behalf of the Federal Ministry for Education and Research in Germany, represented also through my colleague Peter Grönbold, who is here present with us, and I'm sure that other people will be present online. I'm a biologist. Years ago, in the first discussions about the mission ocean. It was called the starfish mission at the end, in the first place. And I liked that as a biologist, as a scientist. And why is that? And this is what my preamble will be about. This is an echinoderm. This is a starfish. And this starfish has an arm. That you will have a loose end, and the liquid will pour out, and the whole animal will not work anymore. It will die eventually. It may build a little bit of a side arm and something like that, but the problem is if we do not connect circular through all the sectors that we are engaging throughout the world, we will lose our opportunity towards a sustainable blue economy partnership. Our member states and their RPOs, funding agencies, etc. It was a massive activity, and we boiled down from our 3 to 5 intervention areas, the first line of priority areas that we wanted to formulate for this grand agreement here. And building on an impact-driven 3, we developed 5 intervention areas, as was laid out already by Margherita, about the ocean digital twins, the blue generation of marine structures, the planning and managing of sea uses, the healthy blue food under a One Health approach, and enabling the green transition of blue food production. And it's now my pleasure to introduce you these 5 intervention areas a little bit more in detail. And I hope I don't lose you in that, because it's a lot of information, and you can be sure that you can find information eventually then in more detail on our Blue Economy Partnership websites. So the overall enabler, and it comes with a promise and a lot of bets on the digital aspects, digitalization strategy behind that. The digital twin ocean at the subsea basin scale will help us to identify process and then reflect the processes that are in the built and natural environment to help us solve these what-if questions for the blue growth that we are looking for. It's a cost-efficient support tool, used in the industry, used in circular business models, and it's considered as it's a game changer for all these policy science interfaces to inform our policymakers how we can do proper marine spatial planning. Its promise is that we can solve with a holistic ODT and bringing all the information into and the interactions between the different systems together to look into currents, waves, tides, interaction with the atmosphere. Copernicus is something to mention here. Seabed and sediments, coast, estuaries, the animal and plant life that I'm kind of proud of, or fond of, let's say, not proud. And the ecosystem as a whole, macroecology, and the impacts on our human society. So the relevance is across the room for EOS, EMODNet, European Atlas of the Sea, Copernicus, the digital twin ocean, and they are enablers also for other for other intervention areas that we have considered. We have a big energy demand. We have a demand for resources from the sea, food, and where again we get that? Ideally, combining it. So we need blue generation marine structures to support the transition of a blue and green economy to the benefit of us all. So we would like to pilot multi-use structures because they can be bringing all these aspects together, including an assessment of economic, socio-economic, and ecological viability. This is what we need to test right now, not in 10 years. We need innovation from small little spin-off companies into our societies to do that, to pilot with us autonomous navigation, safety and security for the people that go out to sea for us to get our food and our energy produced. And we need intelligent monitoring systems to do all that. So there is a reference also to the ocean digital twin, because the ocean digital twin can help us projecting what's going to happen, what if our climate changes, and what happens to these structures in climate change, sea level rise conditions. So all that kind of culminates into an intervention area that we call planning and managing sea uses. The overall maritime spatial planning is a central role in delivering on all these strategies that we are considering in our partnership and globally. So we need co-design, co-development, and co-use of all the authorities at national and regional level, because we need to bring all the citizens with us. And it's a promise. It's an AI-based, artificial intelligence-based decision support tool. These are needed for scenario building and simulations. We need it for maritime surveillance to protect our marine resources from illegal activities. The IUU is one important component in there, and also because we need information from the seafloor, because that's where it's all sitting on. The enabling the green transition of blue food. Okay, yes, this is what I already highlighted with the blue, with the multi-use offer structures. We need food. We have overfished stocks, but we need to reduce that. We reduce bycatch and discards. We want sustainable aquaculture, fed and unfed, with food items that we haven't thought about yet, that are maybe in other societies more prevailing than here with us in Europe. And we need research that supports a good balance towards all these aims, towards also social acceptance, and our social responsibility is huge. But we need sustainability in that to do it, for safe, nutritious, and affordable products for our communities. And the last intervention area is blue food under a One Health approach. Okay, we can all go to a fast food restaurant, but that's not properly healthy. So we need blue food because it helps us being healthy at the end of the day, and we need to make sure that our oceans are healthy at the same time. We can do that. In the fisheries, we can offer the fisheries digital solutions. Also control of illegal and unreported and unregulated fisheries, as I mentioned. We can have aquaculture, bringing us targeted technological advancements. We need circularity to reduce the food waste, because we are wasteful as a human society. And we need to have a good new technology to identify and provide control of marketing, to identify those technologies. I'm looking at the SMEs particularly there to help us going forward with it. And this will help us all to come to a productive, sustainable, and healthy blue economy. And with these words, I'm concluding my remarks. And thank you all for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Benjamin, for providing us with this insight, with this deep dive into the intervention areas that will be addressed by the partnership. And this brings us nicely into the next presentation, which will be about the calls for proposals. And that will be done by Renato Pires from the Regional Fund for Science and Technologies of the Azores. Renato, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, all. Good morning, Elisabetta. We are planning to make the official launch by February 13. Now we will share some highlights about the co-funded call. Here we present an overview of the participant countries. This call includes 23 countries which gathered 37 research funding organizations. These 23 countries include support of the European Community. This map can be observed the budget distribution per country with an estimation of about 42.6 million euros from national resources to this call. What is this call about? This call aims to support transnational research and innovation. One, planning and managing sea uses at the regional level. Two, development of offshore marine multi-use infrastructures to support the blue economy. Three, climate neutral, environmentally sustainable and resource efficient blue food and feed. Four, green transition of blue food production. And five, ocean digital twin test use cases at European Union sea basins and the Atlantic Oceans. These priority areas, the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership selected strategically these 5 intervention priority areas intended to reinforce the European blue economy sector through innovative solutions and improve the resilience of marine ecosystems. The call will be not only focused on science, the impacts of climate change on, for instance, biodiversity and other ecosystem services on which our economies depend, thus supporting coastal communities. Moreover, the projects must be impact-driven contributions to the transfer approach. Finally, one of the novelties of this call is the development of projects at a pan-European level and in the different European sea basins, namely the Mediterranean, the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, the North Sea and the Atlantic in the science, innovation and economy sectors. One important question that arises from applicants is how to get ready. All the necessary information will be provided during the official launch. However, today we can share some general information for future applicants about consortia. Such consortia must include partners from a minimum of 3 independent legal entities from 3 different countries participating in the call. Self-funded partners, including partners from countries not participating in this call, are allowed, or self-funded partners is encouraged to enhance innovation, policy and societal relevance and ultimately the impact of the projects. As it was mentioned before, we intend to use the partnership website to feed the last updates about the call and the research agency. Finally, we leave you with
to act all together, and also very important to see how important is the involvement of regional funds in addition to the national funds. So this is many thanks for this excellent news. And now I would like to give the floor to 2 colleagues, Sylvain Pasquier from the French National Research Agency and Abraham Trujillo Quintella from the Spanish Foundation of Science and Technology, who will guide us through the theory of change and the need of monitoring impact.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. I am Sylvain Pasquier from the French National Research Agency. I will present the activities related to the impact of BEP, and this will be actually a presentation with two speakers because this is highly related to the activities of monitoring of the R&I projects. Presentation by Renato about the opening of the will be to request from to develop an impact pathway approach in the creation of their proposal, meaning to design precisely the global. So we developed some guidelines that are attached to the call text, and we will also do some support along the life of the project to try to maximize the impact. Another aspect, very important also to the optimization of the impact of the project, is to promote the open science principles of the fair principles, meaning that the data are accessible. Thank you. And as much as possible, interoperable to property issues. We'll also ask from along the life of the project a data management plan by the monitoring of the project in the course. Thank you.
Thank you, Silva. So hello everybody, my name is Research Agency. So I'm here almost on behalf of my colleagues Esther Chacon Campollo and Emilio Fernandez Suarez. And we have, as Sylvain said, the role of doing. First, apologies to the colleagues who were here yesterday for the General Assembly, because it's difficult to be very original with a presentation of work that hasn't really properly started. I see also its message. This is maybe not the most attractive part of our work, but as we heard, the calls, it's a crucial element of the partnership. It's something that we expect it will make the difference, the work package structure. But I will be very quick on this. This is basically to let you know that there are two parts of the project structure that work on monitoring and impact at the level of projects and calls, but also at the level of the partnership as an instrument, as a tool to achieve the impact that the Commission and the society is expecting from us. Work Package 4, the impact and the exploitation of the results. It is that the indicators and the data extracted from the projects and the calls will feed into the impact analysis of the partnership as an instrument. So we really need to projects that we are funding, how are they developing, what obstacles they are encountering in their way, how can we help them to achieve the objectives that at proposal stage. So very quickly, specifically on the follow-up of the funded projects, there are 3 moments that are key for them. Then the midterm review of the projects and the final reporting, the final term review of the projects, where we will see what are the results and the outcomes of the projects. This reporting will be based in a way that will be done in a way that results, and also to be able to manage that information and compare the information and be able to extract. There will be a follow-up group of independent experts, also members from the evaluation panel of the calls will be part of that, so they will be able to see the projects from the beginning, from the proposal. Change between the projects, it's a key element for our partnership, not only between the projects of one call, but also between projects of different calls, into a community of projects, both from different calls, but also even from other instruments, other partnerships, connecting with the projects related with the mission. So we will be organizing all the key meetings of the follow-up of the projects, always connected back to other fora or workshops happening that are relevant for them. So we want to really break silos between the calls and make them feel that they are part of a bigger measure. As you heard, we will have 6 calls during the whole partnership, and as we do with the projects, when we suggest them solutions or alternative ways, or if they encounter problems, we try to help them to meet their objectives. Each call, what's the participation response per country, what's the distribution of proposal per intervention area, the geographical distribution of the beneficiaries. If we see any distortion, anything that is relevant that we can really level and at regional level in the participation in these calls, we will do it. So basically the final objective is to enhance the process, also to become more impactful. To work on a software that is as integrated as possible to manage all this information. We are lucky that we have ETAG, the Estonian colleagues leading this task and working at ICT level on a tool that hopefully will integrate all the data, all the indicators we extract from the projects will be manageable, the impact, getting information from those projects and calls. So it's also something very, very good that ETAG is leading a very similar role in other partnerships, in particular in the Biodiversità Plus partnership. So this also ensures what works at level of the submission and monitoring tool in different partnerships to improve our work all through the lifetime of the monitoring of the partnership, as I said, as an instrument.
Thank you, Ron. Yeah, we'll continue with the general monitoring of at the level of the partnership, which is also something quite important. The activities, expected outcomes, and long-term impacts of the Blue Economy Partnership, as it was designed in the strategic research and innovation agenda, all the partnerships. So basically, we have a number of indicators at the level of the partnership, and some others at the level of the RNI project, as Abraham explained. Some of them are specific to our partnership, to Blue Economy, and some are common to the different partnerships of both every 2 years. The biannual monitoring report that presents the achievements of the different partnerships. And that also assess the partnership instrument as a policy instrument. So the first one was published in May last year, so the second one is expected for 2024. And the indicators that we will follow along the life of the partnership will be presented in this report. Some examples here, the partnership. So for instance, overall investments mobilized towards EU priorities by Blue Economy Partnership, or newcomer beneficiaries in funded projects. So this is another example of indicators that will be followed in all the partnerships. This one is at the level of the funded projects. And we have to develop a set of indicators for SBEP. So about 20 to 25 indicators. So this is a work that we are currently doing with some targets for instance 2025 or 2027, 2030 that we want to reach. So some examples, this is some very basic one, but it can be the chair of RNI projects with citizen involvement. Meaning citizens involved in the co-creation of the project, or co-producing RNI contents within the project, or number of RNI projects involving industry. So we could follow these indicators and set some targets for the coming years. So this will be an important, very important work, and SBEP will also communicate about the indicators that will be developed through the report of the European Commission and through our website. So that was what we wanted to present. Thank you for your attention.
very much, Silvan and Abraham, for guiding us through two key aspects of our program, which are, in fact, the impact is a key driver for all our program, and the monitoring, having a very rigorous monitoring system. And so we are looking forward to the portfolio that will be produced. With this, I think this concludes our presentations of a partnership. We have a few minutes for questions, if the audience would like to raise questions. Please, could you?
Benjamin, I think they want you up here.
Thank you. I have, yes, Abraham.
Could you please identify yourself?
Yes. I'm Gert Verreet from Belgium. I have two questions for the last presenters, one for Sylvain and one from Abraham. For Sylvain, you spoke about the basis is the strategic research and innovation agenda. Is there scope to include the notion of innovation also very clearly in the theory of change document, which the version I've seen only speaks about research, and you spoke also about only the long-term impact of research, but of course we have also innovation funding to directly engage also the applicant, the users of the new knowledge, both on the industry side and I think the societal actors as well. That's the question for Sylvain. And secondly, for Abraham, in your monitoring, will you focus also on the intended TRL levels of the results of projects so that we can see exactly where we are in this whole panorama of TRL? It links also with my previous question. Thank you.
About promotion of innovation through the theory of change, it is developed in the strategic research and innovation agenda, and we developed some guidelines for the applicants by promoting the quintuple helix model for innovation, meaning co-creation of the proposal with academias, industry, citizens, policymakers, to highlight as much as possible the co-design and transfer knowledge between all relevant stakeholders. This is something very important, of course, for the goals, and we will try, yes, to promote this as much as possible through webinars and training sessions for the funded project in the coming years. Yeah.
Thank you, Gert, for your question. Yes, TRL levels, it's one of the aspects that is included in the templates and the information we request about the projects. Of course, we ask them to classify themselves and to have some TRL evaluation for us. But I have to say that this is, the monitoring is about projects that are already selected for funding and that have their proposal, their objectives, and they are actually projects that will be running already. So if your question goes more about the capacity we have to encourage or to guide towards higher TRLs, I think that should be done at the earlier stage, either through the way we draft and we build our call text for the proposals, maybe expecting a higher involvement of industry and expecting actually projects that have a higher TRL. But that monitoring level, there's only so much we can do, is of course get their correct level of TRL assessment, but the monitoring is about the project that is already written and running, but yeah, absolutely, it will be one part of the reporting aspects, for sure.
Thank you very much. I see there is one more question here.
Hello everybody, I'm Paola Clerici Maestosi from the Driving Urban Transition Partnership. Today I represent this partnership. So my question to you, I'm very interested in this program. I think some good connection can be created. So one question for you is which type of action do you think we can consider, for instance, the city, the urban area, as an important topic? I'm thinking, for example, to Ravenna area. I have been involved in a urban innovative action, which name was Dare. And there we have the sea, the Darsena district, which is inside the city. So which kind of alignment we can do together? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. This is indeed a very important question. The connectivity among partnership is key, and the topic that you're mentioning is certainly very important. Also, the connectivity with all what is cities, coastal cities and ports will be very important. So we are looking forward to facilitate mechanism of connectivity among different partnerships. I will also announce that we have here today many partnerships present, including yours. And we are looking really forward to having activities, and we will facilitate this. So thank you for raising this important issue.
If I can just add, we will have also a session after the break dedicated to reflect on connectivity between partnerships.
One more question.
Yes, good morning. Francesca Galli from the Ministry of University and Research. Thank you very much for the presentations. I had a question concerning the monitoring for Sylvain Pasquier, because I was wondering...
Sorry.
I was wondering whether the reporting exercise you're doing, is it something based on the impact assessment, ex-ante methodology, so you have actually established the indicators before, and then your plan, it is biannual actually, because it is, the purpose is actually to nourish the follow-up of the project. So the like the report you do in the middle will also have an impact as to how you organize the project for the upcoming 2 years, and also whether you are including within the project reporting also something about the sustainability of the project after funding runs out, or not. It's just a curiosity. So, thanks very much.
About the establishment of the indicators, actually the European Commission is doing a very helping job to help the partnership in the establishment of the indicators with an expert group that was established in 2021, I guess, to help the partnership in the definitions of relevant indicators at the level of the R&I projects for the monitoring of the project, and at the level of the partnership as a policy instrument. For instance, I gave the example of investments mobilized towards a specific topic at the level of the partnership. So this is also a work that we do with, we try to make the most of the experiences from the other partnership, from biodiversità or waterfall or the other partnerships that developed so far indicators that were published in the biannual monitoring report last year, the first version that was developed. So yeah, this will mean monitoring the R&I projects along their life, yes, so midterm reporting for the funded projects, and end-term reporting, where we will ask them to contribute to the indicators that we developed for the level of the partnership. So there is close interaction between the two works.
Thank you.
Sorry, if I may add, the impact network is also conceived to ensure that we study the ecosystem in which then the project can be scaled up. And so we try to take care of them also after the end of the life cycle, of the technical life cycle.
Thank you, Margherita. We still have one last question from our remote participants. So if we could see it on the screen, please. or if you would like to read it. So the question is, are the partners allowed to use their committed funds on non-sustainable economic partnership partner countries? This is crucial if we really need to promote sea basins activities. Would you like to?
At this moment, the main information to retain about the call pre-announcement is that will be open a period of applications from mid-February to mid-April, and also that the future applicants can start thinking on project proposals and in searching for partners. As soon as the general eligibility criteria, these will be only disseminated during the call launch at the provisional date of 13th of February. So we should wait for the call launch in order to have additional information about general eligibility criteria, national eligibility criteria, and national rules and contact points.
Thank you very much. I see there is still one question that we can take from the audience here. Please, two last questions.
Yes, good morning. Christian Risager, today representing Innovation Fund Denmark. So this is for Abraham and Sylvia. In terms of aligning with Mission Oceans, have you had a chance to study the work in the CSA Prep for Blue, which I understand is also looking into project monitoring indicators?
Yes, well, actually, this is, I didn't want to put too much detail about the work package 4, but indeed there is one specific task on following how other projects, in particular connected to the mission, are developing indicators and trying to merge. Of course, we need to, there is also quite some work that comes from indicators and systems of monitoring that we have already experienced through the whole ERANET COFAN cycles. So we also know what works better, what sometimes doesn't work, how much reporting we request from open boxes for free text to specific indicators where projects have to tick one ticking box or similar. So we also need to balance the burden, the administrative burden of this process, of this reporting process. So of course there are many examples of indicators that can go in the process and in a midterm report, for instance, but we need to balance the amount of information that we need to extract from the projects also to the workload that we are requesting through the life of the projects to the coordinators, in particular to the PIs for reporting. But certainly we will be following the developments of other exercises about the indicators that are currently running, and we will get as much information as possible, of course.
Thank you very much. Still one quick question.
Good morning to everybody. My name is Chiara Portesi. I'm from INRIM, the Italian Metrology Institute, and I'm here also representing the European Metrology Network on Food Safety and Sustainability. I have a quick question. Do you have an average budget for each project that you can tell us? The average budget for each funded project?
All the matters related with the call will only, including the final budget that will be, the final figures will be available soon, will only be available during the call launch. I am sorry not to give the answer you expect, but we should expect for the call launch to have all the information about.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think the very, very last question was on the left side. No, sorry, there was no question. So I will finish, I will conclude this session with two messages. First of all, as you heard, there are other partnerships present here with us today. We are very glad about it. And I would like to name them. I also would like to inform you that they are exposing some posters and explaining, illustrating their activities in a room here next to the coffee, where the coffee is offered. And so these are the partnerships on water security for the planet, so the Water for All partnership, the zero emissions waterborne transport, the clean energy transition partnership, driving urban transition, and then the European Association of National Metrology Institute and Innovative SMEs. So I welcome them here. We are looking forward to connecting and invite everybody to visit their exhibition. And I cannot conclude without a special thank to two persons who have been really driving this initiative. So the coordinator, I would like to thank Raffaele Riberali, and the co-coordinator also, Catherine Angel Hansen. Of course, the whole partnership, you're doing a wonderful, a tremendous work, and we see today what a strategic achievement. So I would like to give a warm applause to all of you.
Sì. Sì, sì. Prova. 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 Innesca. Cioè, per far innescare un radiomicrofono devi proprio fare una cosa. Poi, prova. Per far innescare un radiomicrofono devi fare una cosa. Prova. 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 Alza ancora. Prova. Prova. Mi abbassi gli altri per
Thank you for slowly but gradually, or gradually but slowly, no, not slowly, maybe coming back in to start the afternoon session. You can still speak a little while people sit down. Great, as you have been so disciplined, so I think we can start even a couple of minutes early. So we'll have this afternoon session that has a different format. It's a multi-panel session. I'm Thorsten Kiefer. I'll be the moderator, or actually rather the master of ceremony, but my main job will be to keep everyone to the time so that everyone can safely get their travels back home. The session is about connectivity, so we'll have 4 panels in that order of sequence. First on funding streams, then on other partnerships and the ocean mission, then on connectivity with sea and ocean basins, and finally with other disciplines that are often not so prominent in our endeavors. It is interesting, isn't it, to have a kickoff and already start look at connectivities while we're actually still in the process of properly setting up this partnership. Just this morning, we had the launch of the first call, or the pre-launch, the pre-announcement, that is. So does it make sense to already talk about connectivity with other initiatives? And the answer is yes. So the organizers of this kickoff had the wisdom, the foresight in realizing that if you want to harvest the fruits of connectivity during the lifetime of the partnership, we have to put out the seeds now. And in that sense, I would hand over to Viorel Vulturescu from the Romanian Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digitization. He will chair the first session and, yeah, introduce your top topic and panel, please. Viorel, 20 minutes, or 18 or so.
Thank you very much, Thorsten. Dear friends, Viorel Vulturescu is my name. I'm working for the Romanian Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digitalization. I'm, let's say, deeply involved in Black Sea and sea-related activities since, I would say, many years ago. Many years. It means that I'm quite old, but I'm still young in my soul, although I have a lot of white hair. Well, I'm really privileged and honored to moderate a discussion, not only among us, but with you, together with 2 outstanding stars in terms of, if it is still the case to be introduced, because you are well known already, Mrs. Magda De Carli, Head of Unit A1 in DG Research at European Commission. The unit is called European Semester and Country Intelligence. She is probably the most knowledgeable person in DG Research related to synergies, and we will learn a lot from Magda today. Not the second, but the next star in the panel that I'm chairing is Ms. Ariane Blum. She's the CEO of Water for All Partnership. Water for All have, let's say, a long experience in European collaboration in water-related. Again, she's a very knowledgeable and experienced person in terms of synergies, because there are many participants in Water for All who, some of them already, let's say, made this combination. I don't know if the word is appropriate, but let's use it. And I would like to give the word to Ariane to say a few words about the partnership, the experience within the partnership in terms of synergies, and then why not to raise some points that also concern people in Water for All. Ariane, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Johan. First of all, good afternoon, everybody. I would like to first really thank the Blue Economy team for the invitation. So it's really important for me to attend your kickoff meeting, and I would like to thank you for this. Just as a reminder, Water for All is a partnership supporting research in the field of inland waters. You're dealing with salty waters, we are dealing with fresh waters, but we have a lot of things in common and strong connections, and it's an important day today to start the collaborations. We started in June 2022 with 79 partners from 31 countries, mainly funding agencies, but not only. We have a research organization as partners of Water for All, and also networks, associations, and representatives from companies. And the first phase with the first call is ongoing at the moment. So we are just a few months older than you are. You know, you said that we have a great experience, but we are still very modest. But I think it's important to share experience, questions, good practices, and so on. So this is a starting point. And so today, the coordination team asked me maybe to share some experience when building the project, to see how to put funds together, what could be the synergies between the funds. And when talking about this, there will be maybe some experience to share at the national level. And your expectations was also to support the infrastructures and the monitoring part of the partnerships. So maybe there is some experience that could be shared at the national level, because when we designed the Water for All partnerships, some national funds, like it is the case in France, have been used to support data infrastructures or water monitoring. And these database and data infrastructures are already funded by the National Organization for Biodiversity. But the development can be used and will be used within Water for All. So I think it's a good way to use national funds, existing projects, and to transfer the results, the development to the partnership. And this is also the case for some infrastructures on the field, supporting research on ecosystems. And this will be on the table of the partnership. Another issue for the funds are the regional funds. It's a very, very important part for us. And there is a big expectation regarding the regional funds. Some countries used regional funds for the calls, but there are still pending issues, and we will have to build for the second phase how to better use is involved in supporting innovation in the field of water. And they could support collaborations between laboratories and SMEs. But how can it be put together with Water for All? What we expect maybe is to use the funds from Water for All as an added fund to help them exporting the solution, the innovation, and to make links between countries. But there are still open questions with this, and I really hope we can go forward and put these funds together to support innovation and SMEs in collaborations between companies and laboratories. This is an example. And the third thing I wanted also to say is that in general, how to support the synergies between the partnerships. As an example, we have started discussing with Biodiversità Plus, and we will do the same with you, of course. And we identified the possibility to have common, what we call knowledge hubs, and maybe common calls, but as far as I understand, it's not possible. So we have identified common activities, but I hope we can go forward once again to see how to put the funds together. Yeah, these are the questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ariane. As we know, we are different in administrative architecture at the level of member states. For example, in France, many of the governmental and European funds are managed at the level of regions. Then we should ensure the right flow, not only of funds, but also in terms of administration, and to support applicants to have the right and very straightforward information in order to make the appropriate application, and not with technology transfer. In terms of SMEs, we're talking about also the business itself. Then we should make their life easier. We are at the beginning of a new programming period. Most of the programs were already approved by the European Commission, DG Regio, but not yet implemented in every member state. That's why now it's the right time to have guidelines, to act appropriately in order to make our life and their life easier. Of course, the synergies we have discussed since, I would say many months and many years ago, but things are becoming clearer and clearer as the time goes by. And now I would like to give the floor to Magda to tell us the latest news in terms of synergies. For example, in Romania, please Magda, correct me if I'm wrong, it was not possible to have two funding streams for the same project, Horizon and structural funds. The applicant have to choose one and another. Now the regulation has changed, and it is possible to have two funding streams from two EU programs in the same project. Of course, not overlapping costs, activities, and so on and so forth. But now, from legal perspective, it is possible. Now, as the devil stays in details, we have to know and to tell the others how this fantastic mechanism called synergies of funds should be implemented. Magda, please, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Viorel. And it was a bit to everyone, and thanks a lot to the Ministry of Research for having organized in Italy, for having organized this wonderful event. Thanks to Raffaele and Margherita working hard for that, and thanks as well for the Norwegian co-leading this wonderful partnership, and to all of you participating. So there were two main key messages that came from the discussion today, from the initial presentation by the head of cabinet, Marcella Panucci, head of cabinet of Minister Bernini, also from the Norwegian Minister Bjørn Skjerne, Maria Gabriel, the commissioner, and John Bell here. Two main messages. First of all, the key importance of bioeconomy and the sustainable economy through the sea. As John was saying, let's hope that in 100 years we will remember this day as the turning point where there is a lot of movement that will be improve the situation, and this is extremely important for our future indeed. So in all these interventions, it was clear the fundamental role of this particular partnership, but partnership in general. And if partnership and this type of models is so important to put all the forces together, we have to make it possible that all forces are easily put together. And you mentioned that there are forces, there's resources including, and the budget. So that's why synergies is extremely important. If this is a priority for us to mobilize and to move things forward, we need to mobilize also the available resources. I've been dealing with synergies for many years. I've changed different roles in the Commission, in DG Research and Innovation, but the file on synergies kept with me, and in a way I'm very happy because I could see and hopefully also contribute to the progress of that. And I can see, indeed, as you were mentioning, that there are things that were not possible in the past and that are possible now. Especially there has been a big turning point with Horizon Europe and the new structural funds regulation that has just started, together with the also improvement in the state aid regulation. So the combination of these three are really making things changed. So there are different types of synergies. I will not go through all of them. Changes, for instance, on the seal of excellence, on the possibility of transfer. So there are many new opportunities and a lot of simplification that happened in Horizon Europe and in the structural funds that were really co-drafted. For the first time, we were really sitting aside with our colleagues in DG Regio and DG Budget, etc., drafting the regulations together. So this has brought to a number of improvements. What is more relevant for you, and trying to answer as well the questions and the issues that were raised, concern partnership. So in 2019, when we were negotiating Horizon Europe, Commission put forward the Commission proposal for Horizon Europe, and there was a chapter, of course, on partnership. And then the co-legislator and Council and Member States raised 2 points. First of all, again, the importance of partnership as a tool to improve internationalization, to create the links, to mobilize forces together and put together member states. So the key importance of partnership. And as they were so important, to try to help all member states to be part of partnerships, to maximize the intervention of member states in partnership. So what it was asked is that while in the past the European partnership was asking for a national contribution to be part, for creating this co-funding, member states asked that the national contribution could come from the structural funds. This was something that was not allowed in the past, but with Horizon, indeed, the article has finally changed in the final formulation of the regulation, and you see that it is possible that structural funds are considered national contribution for the partnership. So this is a big change, a big novelty. As I said, was not allowed before, and this has it's due to two different, is bringing two benefits. First of all, that the member state that eventually would not be able to participate to a partnership can do it, and those that were already participating in partnership can do it with extra resources or participate to more partnership. So this is definitely the first important thing, that is the novelty. So indeed, they can be brought together, and within the same project, the two types of funding can coexist. Now, the second point was linked to how we can mobilize this funding, and and it's linked as well to the co-funding mechanism as such. There are also co-fund actions. And what has happened in the past when structural funds are mobilized either to replace Horizon Europe as in the funding, as in the Seal of Excellence, or to co-fund an action, normally the structural funds part needed to be subject to state aid regulation. And therefore, there were a number of checks that needed to be done. So the next change that has been introduced is that when structural funds are mobilized in projects that are selected by the partnership, we are speaking about the next first joint call. So once these projects will be selected in this way, structural funds coming into the game can then use the same eligible cost and the same funding threshold of Horizon automatically, without the need to notify the scheme to DG Competition, and without the need to do all the administrative checks that are there. Of course, since ERDF have their own rules in terms of link to smart specialization, these are things that needs to be checked. So the member state that decides to come into the partnership using structural funds can do it, of course, following the smart specialization that has been indicated. So there are some links that needs to be respected, but overall, this is something that can be done and brings a very important simplification. So this is a bit, I think is answering your questions. Of course, the structural funds have a lot of possibility. They can fund SMEs, we know, because they do also with the Seal of Excellence for the EIC Accelerator. They can fund links SMEs with universities. So there are a lot of activities related to research that are open to funding of structural funds, if this is linked to the objective of the member states or the region. So in this context, I'm talking about member states, but also regions can be participating with their funds. Now, the only elements, and this is when we go to the devils in the detail, so the only thing that DG, cohesion policy requests is that when there is an entity that will be this funding body, that will be mobilizing structural funds, the managing authorities has to be delegate the actions to an implementation body. This is how it's called. So the entity that will be disbursed the money and be part of the partnership has to be identified as it's called the intermediate body. And this means that it will be acting on behalf of the managing authority and will be able exactly to take all the steps that are normally taken by the managing authorities. But this identification as an intermediate body, it's important also for all the control systems that are typical of cohesion. 1 minute left, yes, thanks. So, but I finished because these were the main, let's say, novelties for partnership. And with these rules that you find, and this I have to tell you, in the guidelines that has been adopted in July, it's a guidelines on the use of structural funds and the synergies with the Horizon. Since November is also available in all languages, and I really recommend you to read it because even if we did a lot of efforts to have provisions and articles in the different regulations, we helped you then afterwards to go into detail on the implementation and how to interpret these articles, how to implement these articles. So first of all, read the guidelines because we made really an effort with DG Region, all our colleagues, to go in details on the step-by-step approach. If it's something is not yet clear, please come back to us because there is always a way to improve and to complement the information. And I also would like to remind that there are also other tools apart from all these presentations that we are doing and intervening as well to this type of events with myself and my colleagues. There is also a project, ERA-Learn, that has a specific subject, European partnership, and they did already one seminar. They will be doing a new one. So these are also tools to learn a bit more. But do not be shy when there are issues or questions, come back to us and we try to answer as much as possible or to address the problems when we can. Finished? Yes.
Thank you very much, Magda, for this excellent news. It is important that at the European Commission level, things were, let's say, settled and clear. Now, it remains a lot of things to be done, a lot of work to be done at the level of member states and regions in order to settle and to define procedures in order to access these two funding streams. I would like now to open the Q&A session with a very quick and I hope simple question. Probably the answer is not so simple. To address questions to Magda, to Ariane, to a less extent to me, in order to, let's hope, clarify as many aspects as possible. Magda, in practical terms, we are going to launch the call on 13th of February. Once a project is declared on the winning list, is declared eligible to receive funding, where that project should go in order to...
A specific article that was included, because in the regulation there is a requirement of avoiding double declaration of cost. So not a double funding, which everybody agrees, but apart from the double funding is also double declaration of the cost. So practically, if I have 100 and I want to get 50 from one and 50 to the other, I cannot do the same declaration twice. But this is a rule for cohesion. I'm going very technical now. But the bottom line is that at the moment in which the project claims and has the grant agreement, so it's one interlocutor, which is the intermediate body, is then up to the intermediate body to go back to the managing authorities and to declare the cost that has been, that corresponds to what it gave to the beneficiary. And then only after having done that, they can do it to Horizon and then get the co-funding. So de facto, the final beneficiary has as a one relation only, which is with the grant authority, and then the rest happens afterwards. So this is in case it is we are using the structural funds.
Thanks a lot. You're scaring me with that guideline. Okay, the floor is yours. If there are
Actually, only for one really brief question, otherwise we get into trouble. Coordinate.
Sorry, I'm not shy, so I can ask for the first question. Just one point. We're speaking about regional funds. What about the resilience funds? I mean, they are as well eligible with the same conditions, or there are other issues, other points that must be mentioned?
So Raffaele is now having a revenge because I asked him to switch the session because I have to leave early, so he's asking nasty questions. But indeed, so it is possible to use the Recovery and Resilience Plan funds, and this is thanks to no, once again, in the unit I'm in charge of, we are responsible as well to support research and innovation dimension within the Recovery and Resilience Plan. And I think we did a bit of effort to explain as well to our colleagues that were not so familiar with research what a partnership is and how important it is for the member states to be able to participate in this type of activities. And indeed, it is possible to use Recovery and Resilience Plan funding for the partnership. And actually, it's even slightly easier because there is not this rule that we find in the cohesion funds that is linked to the to avoid double declaration of cost. This does not is not there, so it's also even easier.
Thank you very much. Exactly. Yeah, I'm really sorry that we are not in the position to continue. But as I said yesterday, this synergy, it is a hot issue. And I propose again to have it as a topic in the steering committee, to have seminars, to learn from each other, and to share experience. Thank you very much, Magda. Thank you very much, Ariane.
Thank you.
Torsten, back to you.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, the first panel. So next panel is about partnerships and the mission of the partnerships, even though we had already one other partnership on stage. And the moderator is Maurice Herral from the Agence Nationale de Recherche in France. And yeah, Kestutis, I think you can take a seat. And I hand over to Maurice.
Okay. Thank you.
Just maybe also, we will try to really have a Q&A, question and answers after every panel, unless we don't manage to keep the time, then we have to skip that. But prepare to think about questions. Okay, Maurice.
Okay, this panel will address the synergies with other partnerships and the mission. And the mission mainly restore our seas and waters. And we are pleased to have the Deputy Director General of the Commission, DG M.U.R, and with also mission managers for the mission Restore Our Oceans and Waters by 2030, Kestutis Sadoskas, which is near me. And we have online Alexander Grabowicz. Alexander, welcome. And from BMBF, the Ministry of Germany on Education and Research. And he is also, and it's the reason why he's here. We see you're quite well, no problem, thanks. And he is the co-chair of the Knowledge Hub on partnership Knowledge Hub. And before to give you the floor, I will plant the scene. And function of the discussions that we have previously, the two last days on the steering committee and also the General Assembly, we have three keywords about these connectivity problems. First, the co-creation, and after connectivity with joint activities. and of course with missions and other partnerships and all the other projects. The first one, it's about co-creations. Co-creation, co-design, co-constructions. In fact, how we can define the process to achieve cooperation at the scoping phase of the project, to avoid duplication the same year, for example, of different topics. And even if we could have some topics like, for example, carbon neutrality of fishing practices and aquaculture, we will need several, the Commission, Elisabetta unit. And it will be our first question. And the second one, it's about connectivity, as we discussed quite a lot. And the objective is to avoid duplication, increase cooperation between projects, exchange of ideas, experiments between the projects. And to have also joint approach, joint experiences, joint use of vessels, and so on. And after, to have common outcomes, common valorizations, common position paper, common policy brief, and recommendations. And for that, we propose to create portfolio of projects which are dealing with the same challenge. Even whatever the funds are coming from, you see, it could include mission projects under the portfolio of missions, but it could also, our project Sustainable Blue Economy, because we have the target to have more than 30 projects per year, you see. But also the other partnership, biodiversità, the new one which occur food systems, but also, as we heard this morning, DUT and clean energy transition. But also, it's important to work closely in cooperation with Horizon Europe, but also projects which are dealing on the Horizon 2020. And we previously discussed about the synergy with structural funds project, but they are funding the region's Interreg projects, for example. And some Interreg projects, as well as national projects, could be very relevant to our issues, you see. And we have experiences in the GPI to work with Knowledge Hub. It means that we have lessons learned why it's working or why it's not working. And these are the joint activities. For that, we will need to identify a roadmap with the content of the different portfolio, which must be a bit restricted, not too wide. Otherwise, we will have too many projects, because it's working quite well when you have 20 to 30 projects, but not more. And the commissions, and we need to work with the commission services, with the missions, to propose, it's not an instrument, but a new way to cooperate with this portfolio, to maximize the impact, of course, of research on society. And it's also, John Bell talked about how we can coordinate digital twin, but we have also some topics about marine protected areas and biodiversity conservation, nature-based solutions, coastal cities, and so on, you see. And these are the main questions: creation, co-design, or do you support the building of different portfolio of projects, or do you have a new approach to propose? Thanks to be available to answer to these questions. You're first.
Yes. Buongiorno a tutti. Good afternoon. Thank you, Boris, for introduction and for posing very concrete questions, but let me maybe start from a more metaphysical note, since we are in Rome. As the story goes, and I can confirm because I happened to have the luck to speak to one of the signatories before he passed away, the last one, and he confirmed the legend to me that when the treaty was signed, it was signed empty, as you know, because it got lost, simply the papers, when they were traveling on the train from Brussels to Luxembourg here to Rome. So they had to really sign an empty document, yet look what came out of it. The parallel that I'm making here is that we are a lot more lucky now, because when the partnership is being born here in Rome today, even though the Immaculate Conception happened 2 years ago, it's not empty. It's full of ideas. It's full of the preconceived projects, full of hope and vision. And that's why even if you can make a Rome Treaty a success out of an empty paper, I'm pretty sure that this partnership is going to be a success by itself. I'm very lucky to be the manager of the ocean mission together with John Bell, who mastered the ceremony here in the beginning of today. And this is a very, very important mission, which has a very clear link to the partnership, as well as to many other things that are happening, including the other partnerships that are running. Now, today's result, the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership, is obviously well placed to support the approach that we have set out in the blue economy concept nearly 2 years ago. And that was happening nearly at the same time when the partnership was being conceived here. And the main narrative for that was that if you want to have a green deal, if you want to have green future, there is no green without blue. It has to be part of it, and in fact, it's not only the green deal that doesn't exist without the blue economy, without the blue dimension, but nothing else seems to exist, including our prosperity. And that's why this idea was born. And yet, at the same time, the idea of the missions, which is the key novelty of the Europe's flagship research program, it was also being conceived at the same time to give a different dimension to how we want to achieve goals that come from the best minds of Europe. Well, the missions also were born nearly at the same time in the early autumn of 2021 as a new tool to bring concrete solutions to some of the greater challenges of our time, something that we didn't know how to fix, how to crunch, and that's precisely why this tool was invented. One of those big challenges is the degradation of our oceans and the waters. So the mission Ocean and Waters looks at the whole water system, from the rivers to the seas to the ocean, and it has 3 objectives: to protect and restore marine and freshwater biodiversity and ecosystems, 2, to eliminate and prevent pollution, and 3rd is to make blue economy climate neutral and circular. So not any kind of blue economy, because we've had blue economy for centuries, but we have a need for a different kind of blue economy. With 2030 target, the mission plans to achieve healthy marine and freshwater ecosystem through research and innovation, citizen engagement, and blue investments. And also through strategic and financial support in the order of €500 million from different European Union programs, as Commission President von der Leyen announced. And this includes also 344 million from Horizon Europe for 2023. The mission has a regional component, very important component. We have now started rolling out the concept of the lighthouses for the major sea and river basins, the Mediterranean, Baltic North, Danube Black Sea, and Atlantic Arctic basin. And these lighthouses will include research and innovation project portfolios, and they will serve as hubs for the development and testing of transformative solutions in a given area. So clearly resonates with the concept of a partnership as well. But it also has a cross-basin component. For example, it establishes the idea of the blue parks that protect and conserve our blue natural capital across basins across the EU. There are 2 cross-cutting enablers, and one of them was very much highlighted today, which is digital ocean twin, but also broad public mobilization and engagement, which is a second enabler. The objectives of the mission are also closely linked with the intervention areas of the partnership. They are ambitious, but they can be achieved if we work together. The partnership will bring fundamental elements to the mission. For instance, it will support activities on the ocean observation that will enhance the member states and Europe's capacity to improve our marine knowledge, and vice versa. Europe's digital twin of the ocean, announced by President von der Leyen, will be a great opportunity for the partnership. I also count on the partnership innovative solution tested in one region, be it elsewhere. Doesn't matter where it can be all across Europe, but these things need to be replicated, they need to be multiplied. And since the moment they were both conceived, the partnership and the mission, I really see the two enterprises are really interconnected and very synergetic. We just need to make sure that the mutual benefits are fully exploited, monitored, programmed, and made visible. The key will lie in connecting the many initiatives, activities, and projects, and I'm very confident that by joining the forces, we will be able to develop new solutions for the health of our marine and freshwater ecosystems. We are not starting from the scratch. We need to build on the existing initiatives already taking place on the ground. There is plenty of those. We just need to connect them and to give them the impact, the punch. We need to also engage and motivate the people to become active players in this process, be it policymakers, the politicians, local, regional, intergovernmental organizations, academia, researchers, business, investors, philanthropists, NGOs, citizens, young people at large. Anybody is welcome to join the mission. Everybody is relevant here. Our mission charter, therefore, listens. We welcome all submissions to the charter from regions with sustainable policies for marine protected areas, from ports with blue transition programs, from foundations who are devoted to protecting and restoring our waters and the oceans, and from anybody who has anything good to do with the goals of this mission. We have so far received 170 submissions, and more 100 of them they have been admitted to be part of the mission under its chapter, with a quite sizable number when you count also in terms of the money. But we really want more, and we need more. The Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership will combine and align pan-European, regional, national investments. It will identify socio-political priorities for marine and maritime research and innovation, and in itself is a key instrument to contribute to the objectives of the mission Ocean and Water. So I really warmly invite the partnership and colleagues in the partnership to endorse our charter, and I really look forward to joining the forces and efforts with this partnership, because only by working together, only by being practical, only by aligning and making sure that one thing leads to another, we will achieve the success. And I'd like to then end with, well, none other but the wisdom of Leonardo da Vinci when he was spending his last years on River Loire and sort of collecting his old wisdom and telling to the disciples that, when he was telling to them, look closer to things, because you will see that everything is connected to everything else. Sounds trivial, but that's true, and I think that's precisely how we see these partly answer the question, but I'm pretty sure that there are many answers that need to be found. Thank you.
Thank you, Kestutis. Alexander, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Maurice. And of course, first of all, I'd like to express my thanks to my Italian colleagues and friends for organizing this wonderful event. I'm really sad I can't be there in Rome. I would have loved to, and I'm sure that this is a fantastic strategic coordinating process, which is a specific process being established by Horizon Europe regulation to coordinate better the work of the partnerships in different directions. The strategic coordinating process has a number of components, one of being the Partnership Knowledge Hub, where I have the honor to act as a member state's co-chair for the moment. And it's the hat I'm wearing today when I speak to you. I have another life, which is I'm a head of unit for European Innovation and Research Policy at the German Ministry of Education and Research, and I'm dealing with everything from horizon issues, ERA issues, and innovation issues, and so on and so forth. And I think this is already something which is very particular, that the whole partnership is something between the ERA world and the horizon world. And I think that's really, really important to always also understand, and some colleagues at the Commission sometimes need to understand. I think the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership is one of the most important ones, and I had really the pleasure of being also participating in a number of discussions. I have some colleagues there, Benjamin and Peter, and of course I work very closely with my old friend Raffaele on many fronts, so that was really fun, and it's a very, very important partnership. I think I mean, we have heard already all the links to the missions and so on and so forth. So I think there can be no successful mission without having partnerships also in the back that provide the substance and the cooperation, the real concrete and practical cooperation. And this is particularly true, I think, for the Sustainable Blue Economy partnership. But I'd like to add another dimension, which I think, so far at least what I listened to the morning session was, at least what I heard, not so prominent so far, which is the international dimension. We know that with many global challenges, we will not solve the challenges without global cooperation, even if it's very complicated nowadays and the geopolitical situation changed a lot over the last 2-3 years. Still, it's really, really important. And we know that we have, John, and I remember we had John Bell, we had the Galway process, we have a number of other international activities starting from research and going starting from research towards partners in the North approach. We have a number of issues on Arctic research. So I really think that also this partnership can provide an important co-creation and connectivity issues also on international, of the actual structures and the actual resources we have in Europe on research, being it vessels, being it research centers, universities, and so on. They are not, and that's why it's really important that here we are working much closer together. And we also, as we all know, the Blue have also a number of issues here which are related starting from technologies and so forth. And so for the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership provides some very, very important complementarity also here to the work of the JPI and other related research projects. So use your partnership as bringing to life the famous Team Europe approach that we are talking about in the ERA world, in our ERA activities, and which are so important in practice and for the competitiveness and for the welfare of our future here in Europe. I stop here, and hopefully there are some more questions or issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alexander, because we are here on the Mediterranean, and if we are planning to do nothing with North Africa, which are on the other boarding of the Med, answer quite a lot about the idea, for example, to have a portfolio of projects and to jointly manage this project.
That's food for thought, because time is up. So I would thank the panel, and we move then to an intervention from Fabio Fava, who is the coordinator of the Mediterranean CSA to the Ocean Mission. And yeah, so you have heard the comments, and I'm curious to hear your lighthouse perspective.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity, and thanks for the great work that you are doing for all of us. Yes, I'm representing one coordination support action funded under the 2021 call of the mission Oceans and Waters, and in particular the one on Mediterranean. We are 16 partners. The majority of them are NGOs and associations of the industries, so quite unusual system. Our task is in fact quite demanding, because the idea is to develop an interactive by countries, regions, etc. All the information, the technologies, the know-how required for phosphorus, hydrocarbons, and the other that are entering into the hydrosphere of the area. We will work closely with the European Commission, the GRTD, the M.U.R, UFM, which is playing a key role in the area. And together we will go through 4 major steps quickly, because this is important for understanding how we can cooperate closely. The first one is to identify a roadmap of concrete actions that we can quickly put on place for reducing for some percent the pollution. And this with the major associations working in the area, so the associations of plastic producers, transformers, association of farmers, fishermen, aquaculture producers, marine transporters, cruise, port authorities, municipalities, all of them will work with us for identifying each area what we can do in concrete. And we will do this, of course, together with BlueMed, hubs, WestMed, EU-SER, by taking advantage from the knowledge provided by European Commission, JRC. They have all the data about pollution by European Agency for Environment and so on and so on. And we develop a first roadmap. And then we refine it, this is the second step, by taking advantage from the outcomes of the main projects that has been performed that are running in the Mediterranean area, addressed, of course, to reduce the pollution. So project funded by European Commission, but also LIFE, Interreg, and so on. And we refine the strategy by improving the technological part. And then we also develop catalog of services, capacity, technical monitoring, business model, financial tools, social engagement, and so on and so on. And the third step is to share this with the society, with the Association of Majors, the Association of Industries in the area, widening the community, and getting additional inputs for co-designing the final roadmap. And then the fourth step is the digitalization of this data. And we provide this to the association of all Association of Industries in the Mediterranean. BusinessMed, which is a crucial partner of consortium, is in Tunisia. They will take care to this, and they will keep this beyond the end of the project. That is very important because we can continue working. In all these steps, we will cooperate closely in sharing the roadmaps, useful for planning your work program, and vice versa for promoting what we are doing. And also the catalogs that I mentioned will be shared, but the community that we have, that you are bringing together, so we will work together at different levels. And also the interactive digital platform that we will build up will be interconnected. It will be interoperable as it is requested by also the topic. Thank you. So very pleased to do our best jointly with you.
Thank you for your very interested comments and the idea of a roadmap around the lighthouse, which is quite a large one, or the Med area. Could be very interested, but it could be also co-chair with the partnership and see what could be the role of the partnership in relation with future calls, in relation with the lighthouse. It's going to take it.
I would have said that we can have one question if there's an urgent one, a quick one and a quick answer. But if there's none, then I thank Maurice, Kęstutis, Alexander for a very nice and informative panel. Okay, now. And ask the next one to come on stage or in front of the stage, so because this is a different setting. The topic is now on regional sea basins and the one ocean basin associated with Europe, or two if you count the Arctic. So we'll have a few more people. I don't know what the arrangement will be. Okay. Good. The moderator of this session is Wendy Bon. She is from the European Commission, from the DG Research and Innovation. And she's very busy to herd the crowd. Okay.
Good afternoon, colleagues. So this session brings us to the connectivity to the regional sea basins and the Atlantic Ocean. And I would like to thank Katrin Enkel-Hansen for her work and efforts that she already did in the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership to also make this link to the regional connectivity link. So, dear Katrin, you can just say a few words on the strategic umbrella, let's say, of this work package and of this work.
Thank you, Wendy, and good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start where Kęstutis mentioned everything is connected with everything, horizontally and vertically. And as Alexander Grablowicz said, what about international dimension? Actually, this connectivity of the different geographical levels is at the heart of the partnership. I'm not sure, but I think we're the only partnership who has dedicated a full work package where we will be 4 persons sitting together from Germany, Italy, France, Norway, to deal with the dimension. So Germany, Alexander, is in charge of the international dimension, so the IOC, UNESCO, the G7, G20, I will not dwell into details. But towards then, as Maurice in charge of all of the pan-European activities missions, which was actually also then the chairing of this session, to the regional level, which is the responsibility mainly of Italy. And why do we do this? It is simply because we know that building up partnerships and engaging with other countries takes time to understand each other, to speak the same language. And there has been a tremendous amount of work ongoing in the regions, from the first one, the bonus Article 185, 2006, to the more new one in the Black Sea, where you're about to develop your implementation plan from the strategy. We already have benefited tremendously by the sea basin nodes, because we have, as you can see from the map, specifically engaged 2 countries in each region and the Old Atlantic to take a role in addition to their national role to actually try to maintain this connectivity to the regions. And I'm delighted to share with you today all of our nodes and to give you a hand. But they're there to support us to maintain these networks. And so far, I've seen they've really been instrumental in the work we've been able to do, where we have, amongst others, undertaken a number of regional meetings thanks to, and conferences thanks to the European Commission. So thanks back to Wendy. So with that.
Okay, thank you. So here you will get to know all the faces and the names of these regional contact nodes. So that's really the objectives of this session. And the first question goes to Anne-Katrien Lescroat from the Baltic and North Sea regional contact node to explain us a little bit more what is the role of these regional contact nodes. What can people expect? What can countries expect? Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy, and thank you all for this great opportunity to present ourselves to this community as contact nodes. And my name is Anne-Katrien Lescroat, and as Director International Relations in my institute. It's an institute with a mandate to work the quintuple helix. And I work, just like all of us, in a highly dynamic environment from the policy, science, innovation, industry, and societal perspective. So it is highly dynamic in the sense that just the sheer number of initiatives, also the nature of these initiatives, some are long-term, short-term, broad or narrow. The complexity or dynamic nature is also in the diversity of the stakeholders we are dealing with. They speak different languages, they have different objectives, and they need to be bridged. Also the complexity of the governance levels we are working in. Many of us work at the same time at the SDG levels, so working towards the Ocean Decade objectives, as well as looking and connecting with our municipality levels. So it's highly dynamic, as I said, and in highly dynamic environments, you tend or you may miss opportunities, information gets delayed, etc. Although all of these networks or initiatives are well networked and coordinated in their environment. So what I want to say is that brings me to the role of our contact nodes. Definitely, we are not here to coordinate. We don't have a mandate to speak on behalf of an organization. Our role is really to create synergies, and there's many ways to do that. There is, of course, we already heard about the formal way of creating synergies. We heard about the creating synergies at the level of instruments, funding instruments, but there's also informal way of creating synergies. And I think that is our role, and it's a role that we pick up at the daily level. So again, we do not speak on behalf of our institute. That's why I deliberately did not mention my institute. We speak on behalf we do not speak, sorry, on behalf of a mandated body. We are really looking at synergies that we see on a day-by-day basis. And that can take many shapes. It can be about being alert to new opportunities. It can be translating our objectives in the language of the stakeholders we deal with. And it can be unlocking opportunities. So that's my contribution. I don't know if you want to add on that.
Thank you, Anne-Catherine. So I'm Niall McDonough. I'm the Atlantic node along with Natalia. So again, that's the hat I'm wearing today. As Anne-Catherine said, we're very much representing the regional and the sea basin that we've been assigned as part of this activity. So very little to add. I think you've covered it very well, Anne-Catherine. I think the key is that all of us here in the representing across the different sea basins with 2 per sea basin, in the course of our day jobs have the opportunity to be able to monitor and track developments that are taking place within our regions and for example, the activities of regional sea conventions or intergovernmental science cooperation platforms, projects, programs, etc. So we're in that space, and I think we can identify, or we have a good opportunity to identify opportunities, as you said, Anne-Catherine, for synergies that are relevant to the activities of the partnership. And I think that just brings me to the final point I would add, and it's just from a practical perspective, and I think that's why the node idea has been, we've adopted that in the context of the partnership, because there is a huge amount of stakeholder engagement happening. There will be some as part of the partnership, of course, and in many other projects and initiatives, and we have to be careful about how we communicate with our stakeholders. And I think in this context, the regional sea nodes will make it a much more, let's say, efficient process where we have 2 individuals who are constantly monitoring and playing that role of identifying things that are happening that are relevant and channeling that information through to the partnership, rather than having to continually engage with a much broader range of regional stakeholders. So thank you.
So you will see that there are already a very well-trained connectivity train. And we go into the first Black Sea regional sea basin. Milan Baltov from this regional sea node, could you please explain us a little bit what is exactly an achievement that you're already very proud of in the Black Sea, and some specific points of attention that you would like to raise?
Thank you, Wendy, Catherine. Yes, the Black Sea is the new on the map of the whole sustainability efforts and initiatives, as it is geologically the newest sea basins around Europe. But we had our momentum. Here was our godmother, Ziggy Gruber, in 2018 at the very European Maritime Day. We also created the Burgasve vision, and we had a great push at that time. After that, the push went through the Black Sea Connect project, and we designed the Black Sea Syria. Not only design, but if going into the words of the quadruple helix and quintuple helix approaches, we started a great involvement with the stakeholders. We had their feedback, and I will say we had meetings like the General Assembly of the Doors project, where the fisherman was sitting next to the CEO of the port authorities at that time. We were extremely happy, but we also were I just mentioned one of the 2 huge Black Sea research and innovation projects, the Doors, the other one, the Bridge. Through them, we are also introducing the approach of the Blue Growth Accelerator and the option for the startups based on the ideas of the sustainability in the blue economy. But we also moved forwards quickly, I mean, almost from the zero floor, with the citizen science initiatives like the Plastic Papyrus initiative. We were happy to have the kickoff of the widening of this initiative done by our Commissioner Maria Gabriel in Burgas. And I will mention, yes, we believe ourselves, not that much because at the national level there is a full understanding, but because at the municipal and regional level there is a big involvement. I mean, the mayors in our regions, they're proud of and they're showing off with these initiatives, and I'm fully sure that we shall appear wider and wider on the map. For the first time, I heard today that the lighthouse Danube is now called Danube and Black Sea, and I'm very proud of. I was part of the assembly to the mission board when it was designed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Niall. Chala Akatkose,
yes,
can you please tell us who is the other face and name for the Black Sea Contact Node?
Okay, thank you, Wendy. Hello, everyone. I'm Chala Akatkose from Turkey. My colleague, Mrs. Melike Ergün, who is the Black Sea Node, is not able to join us today. So I would like to take the floor on behalf of her. And Mrs. Melike Ergün fully supports Mr. Milan's Balto's statements. And she would like to add that the implementation plan under Black Sea Connect project will be an additional asset for SBEP activities. Thank you.
So Melike Ergün, also remember that name. Now we go to another sea basin, the Baltic and North Sea. So and I'm very sure that you can tell us something of best practices in Baltic and North Sea, and also some needs that you see in this quintuple helix landscape. Maciej Zdanovic.
Yes, thank you, Wendy.
Yours.
Yes, I'm Maciej Zdanovic. I'm one of two nodes nominated to represent the Baltic Sea region. And today we are here to make visible the Baltic Sea region among the other regions and declare the engagement in the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership. And we believe that it's very important to use the experiences from the past and the knowledge and to ensure this continuity of the action taken from the past for the future actions. And that will help us to enhance regional cooperation and to reach this transnational and trans-regional connectivity. And basing on our experience, we know that the most important thing is we'll try to act on the local scale, creating and delivering the synergies and the regional synergies linking the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership with EU missions like Blue Banus mission kicked off last week, or other regional initiatives and cooperation like Banus and Bonus, JPI Oceans, Helcom, and it's our legacy. And this way we can deliver a coherent contribution to the partnership. And we also will try to achieve it by fostering better linkage between the regional stakeholders as ministries, funding agencies, but at the same time research performing organizations and industry, among others. And we are aware it's certainly very challenging, but we're looking forward to working on the development of the future trans-regional cooperation within Sustainable Blue Economy, because it's very, very challenging, and it's what we all want to achieve.
Absolutely, Maciej. Katrin Sar, I think you can also introduce us to another regional contact node that could not join us today.
Yes, I'm glad to be representing Baltic Sea today, and my colleague Katarina Viik from Estonia is joining us online. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosanna, please, you can further elaborate on North Sea issues.
Yes, well, good afternoon. My name is Rosanna Metal, and I'm one of the North Sea nodes. I give you a picture of the situation in the Netherlands because that's where I'm coming from. The demand of sustainable energy grows rapidly in the North Sea countries. As an example, in 2050, the North Sea will provide the Netherlands with 70 gigawatt of green energy, mainly coming from offshore wind farms in the North Sea. And to be precise, it started with 20 gigawatt and our government said, well, that might be too less. So maybe 40, and now it's 70. So it's growing also. And this was agreed between government and some party on very high political level in the Dutch North Sea Agreement. This agreement will result in a different use of the North Sea, which has an effect on the existing situation. For example, in the past decades, the North Sea was the domain of fishermen. This group of blue economy partners will experience the changes at the full. Furthermore, the environment quality of the North Sea, notably biodiversity, changed during those decades as well. Some fish stocks recovered, and pollution was reduced due to management measures, but other pressures increased with negative impacts on the ecosystem. To listen to the voices of both fishermen and organizations for nature conservation, the Dutch government facilitates a platform called the Community of Practice of the North Sea. Today, this platform has over 500 members from research, education, policymakers, entrepreneurs, fishermen, NGOs, etc. Currently, we don't know the effect of so many offshore wind farms on the marine ecosystem of the North Sea. And we face a big difference in speed between the demand for green energy on one hand and research on the effects of so many wind farms at the North Sea at the other hand. To answer these questions and to close these knowledge gaps, we need applied and fundamental research about multi-use offshore wind farms, blue food, maritime spatial planning, and fisheries. And this research matches the intervention areas 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership. We look forward to the outcomes of the research done in these intervention areas, which will not only allow us to balance ecology and economic activities in the marine environment of the North Sea, but will also stimulate sustainable innovations that are necessary for a sustainable blue economy.
Thank you very much, Rosanna. I think this sounds very familiar.
Thank you.
To many other North Sea countries. Anne-Catherine, would you very briefly like to add something?
Yes, very briefly. To agree with what Rosanna just said and to underline the importance of enabling actions, enabling in the sense of we already decided to do and to deliver a science-informed and ecosystem-based blue economy. So for that we also need infrastructure, research infrastructure that collaborate together, and I want to underline in particular for the North Sea the one on data and information, because we collaborate very strongly together, and the data and information will provide us the science we need to have these ecosystem-based interventions, so to help predict and to help mitigate these impacts and to help improve and restore. So I wanted to underline the enabling actions and research infrastructures and the very strong synergies between them all, especially in the North Sea, but also in the other basins.
Please, Natalia, could you please elaborate a little bit more on what is your biggest achievement, or what do you see as worthwhile mentioning here for the Atlantic Ocean?
Hi everyone, I'm Natalia Ospina from a contact node for the Atlantic together with Nile. I'm very happy to be here, and especially regarding this topic, because I would like to highlight the extensive work that in the Atlantic we have done so far regarding to science diplomacy and networking. This is something very important because this allows us to have countries from both sides of the Atlantic working together and ready to cooperate. But as Catherine mentioned at the beginning, this is not easy. This is a process that it takes time. So because of these science diplomacy and networking activities, I can highlight, for example, the implementation of a transatlantic community with joint pilot actions focused, for example, in training, like the at-sea network, also in ocean literacy, with the commitment of already 16 countries working in the Blue Schools initiative, and also in infrastructure sharing with a platform that is already under development. Regarding networking, a very good example of that is, for example, the Air Center Networking Fridays. That is it's a very good way to foster the cooperation with countries beyond those that signed the Galway and Belen Statement and the AORIA, because we have to remember that the Atlantic is diverse and it comes with countries from different countries. As Catherine mentioned, we have multiculturality. And this is very important when we are working in this kind of initiatives like SBEP. Also, regarding in the framework of AORIA, I would like to mention that there are already networks developed. They are organized regarding marine biotechnology and aquaculture. And this is a very good access for this SBEP, because this includes a full all-Atlantic community already engaged, ready to work together. And just to close, I just want to mention that networks are very important for the work that we are doing here. They are important because with the networks, we build the trust. And trust is the key for cooperation, because if we don't have trust, we cannot cooperate. So thank you very much. And I would like to pass the word to Niall. Maybe he can complement something about the initiative regarding the Atlantic.
Thank you, Natalia. So yes, you've covered a lot of good areas there. Maybe just to add very briefly, some additional comments. So, and I think we can, in the work we will do in the Atlantic as nodes, look to initiatives, some of which are EU, done within the frame of the European Union, but some of which are not. You've mentioned, of course, the Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance, which is, of course, a really important science cooperation platform that will be so relevant to what's happening in the context of the partnership. And for sure, we will work together in trying to bridge that gap and identify opportunities and synergies there. There's also the work of the Blue Mission AA project, which your colleague, Jose, we'll hear from, I think, shortly, Jose Butino, is coordinating, and we are also involved. I am also involved in that with other colleagues. This will be an important coordination and support action for helping to build a lighthouse community in the Atlantic for the mission implementation, Restore Ocean and Waters by 2030. So those are some important things. Also from an EU perspective, we have the EU Atlantic Action, the EU Atlantic Strategy and the associated Atlantic Action Plan 2.0 with its 4 pillars. And again, I think there's a great opportunity for the SBEP to be able to assist in some of the important goals that are set out under those 4 pillars from an implementation perspective, and I think the synergies both ways there. And then we look outside of the EU framework and to cooperation mechanisms like intergovernmental organizations like OSPAR and ICES, and you know, so many more we could list here today, which we don't have time to do. We will need to connect with those and make sure that we are, again, ensuring good cooperation and synergies where they exist. So, thank you.
Niall. We'll now swap to the Mediterranean, or last but not least, regional sea basin, where there is also plenty of complexity. So please, Maria Azzopardi, can you elaborate a little bit further?
Yes, of course. So my name is Maria Azzopardi, and I am one of the Mediterranean nodes, together with Greece, with Argyro. So most of you who might be hailing from the Mediterranean know how rich the Mediterranean is when it comes to regional cooperations. Fabio earlier on mentioned the Union for the Mediterranean. I think it needs a mention because it brings together countries from the North Mediterranean, but also very important cooperation with the South and East of the Mediterranean. So similar to what Natalia has been saying, through this node, we can connect with countries that are coming from non-EU, basically, member states. And so I think that that is very important for the partnership to truly be as inclusive as we want it to be. The Union of the Mediterranean has also come up with the ministerial declarations on the blue economy, the most recent one being in 2021. And so there is a lot of effort being done in the Mediterranean to make sure that we reach these goals that this partnership is trying to reach. In addition to regional cooperations, there are also networking platforms that represent our stakeholders. There are many networks, but I would like to mention specifically the Mediterranean Blue Economy Stakeholder Platform, MEDBESP, and also perhaps that network that is more specifically representing the private sector, Business Med. Fabio also mentioned this earlier on. So we will try to liaise, as contact nodes, we will try to liaise as much as possible with these networking communities in order to truly be representative of the quintuple helix and mobilize and engage stakeholders as much as possible.
Thank you very much, Maria. You touched upon platforms, and I think we have also someone very experienced here from the Blue Med. So please, Fabio.
Thank you very much. Very briefly, well, I'm Fabio Trincardi. I coordinated the CSA Blue Med under the guidance of the group of the senior official and Sigi Gruber and of course the DG Research. And one of the achievements was that we were able to involve virtually all the 22 countries of the region, which is very complicated, having only 8 European countries involved. And we did this exactly through the system of the 4 platforms on knowledge, economy, technology, and what's called the policies. A thing we did towards the end of the process was to launch the pilot, I say the name exactly, on healthy and plastic-free Mediterranean Sea, which was somehow prodromic to the work done in the mission and that is going on today. And this is good for the Barcelona Convention to prevent pollution in the region. And the last point that I think it is important, we worked with a group of young ambassadors from non-European countries, North Africa and Middle East, very young people, very efficient, and they very much helped to consolidate the dialogue and to come to a shared view and a common view about what the criticalities are in the Mediterranean region. I think this is as fast as I can go.
Thank you very much, Fabio. And now you have the last word, Arghiro Karachaliou. So please.
Pronouncing properly my name. Thank you very much. So I'm the last one. So I don't want to repeat possibly during these days, but we are thinking about focusing mostly introducing industry and SMEs more strongly in the discussion, in the dialogue. Of course, we're going to invite the policymakers. We're going to invite to involve other schemes like, for example, M.U.R or other networks that are facilitating the dialogue between different actors. We are going to underline in all kinds of actions we are going to undertake the quintuple helix approach. And one of the thoughts we have is to find out complementarities in order not to repeat things, in order to save energy, and see how we can really take advantage of our presence in the participation in this partnership and other existing schemes. This, among them, our thoughts in order to set up a proper workshop is going to be a bit more beyond the standard ones. This is to explore, and of course, in order to being really regional, we need to collaborate closely with all partners in the region to set up together the basis and see how we're going to collaborate together to set up something useful for everybody, and of course successful. So we need your help. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Arghiro. And this makes a very good connection actually to the next intervention. But first of all, still an applause for our contact notes. They were perfectly timed connectivity train. Use them as well. You now have the faces and the names, and also emails will follow. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you for the panel. We'll open now for a question or two, and I start again with soliciting one question that is from Jose Moutinho. Well, again, I'm probably totally mispronouncing this, because he is also coordinator of a CSA lighthouse for the Atlantic in this case. And you know, I'm curious. I think it was a really fascinating session actually, and to have all these different notes here with all the different perspectives to finally, I think, as Anne-Catherine said, to create synergies in an informal way and in a very regional way as well. And if you think about it, the partnership has a pan-European architecture or setting, but with regional with these regional nodes to reach into these regional communities. The mission has a bit of a different setup, actually, almost the opposite. It has these regional lighthouses that are then scaled up and that's the idea, to the pan-European scale. So I'm curious to hear what you think, whether you can share any ideas about how to set up regional success.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. And I'm José Luis Moutinho, as already said. I'm the coordinator of the Blue Mission AA, Coordination and Support in Action. I'm working very closely with the other two innovation actions. And I prepared carefully this answer, but the Deputy Director, Ketusti Sadowski, spoiled my, my reply, because much of what I would say, he already said in his intervention. Thank you for that. So I'll go straight to the point. For us, in the context of the Atlantic and Arctic Lighthouse, it's very important to, the driver of this collaboration with the Sustainable Blue Economy Partnership will be like, to develop, I would say like to co-evolve, the blue economy together with the preservation and restoration of marine and coastal ecosystems and biodiversity. This is, for us, is critical. So we really have to work with you together. So because I see, our projects like, two sides of the same coin. This is very important. And in terms of a regional setup, part of this answer will be given by Niall, because he's responsible within the Blue Mission AA to set up what they call this, long-term dialogue structures with regional governance structures, where you can exchange ideas about implementation, policy, and this forum will be open to everybody in the Atlantic and Arctic, and I hope you participate. I know it's a little bit challenging. We already heard about the Mediterranean, the Baltic and North Sea, but we are covering Arctic and Atlantic. And we still have to later link up with the rest of the Atlantic. So it's a huge. So I know this idea, at the same time, we are trying to go very local as well. All these projects, the pilot projects for each one of the innovation actions is a place-based demonstration project. So we hope we'll create a critical mass of interested local stakeholders, local actors, local policymakers, and then within this initial group that we will draw from, basically from the innovation actions, we create this critical mass where people start to interact organically, and this connection between the mission and also the sustainable partnership will grow organically.
Okay, thanks very much, Jose. So this very local or ultra-local also approach is maybe the next frontier also then for the partnership, from regional going down to local with the concrete activities. Thank you very much, Jose. Are there any other questions from the audience to this wonderful array of regional nodes? Or Catherine as the kind of a conductor of the regional nodes orchestra? Three, two, one. Okay, thank you. There's a question online, okay. So yeah, Catherine just asked me to confirm that you really should use those regional nodes. They're there to be contacted. And okay, good, yes. A question online, can we get it?
How can we link to the different seabed nodes? Would their contact information be available on the SBEP website?
So, very similar, very simple answer, yes. And so, Willem, Frode, you've heard it, we put it on the website. Good, then thank you again, and applause to this wonderful panel. And with that, I would like to invite the last panel of this kickoff and of this afternoon to the stage. It is about engaging all disciplines. And so Willem de Moor, my colleague from JP Oceans, will chair this session and introduce his panelists.
I might not be seen.
Right, I think we can start off right away. Welcome. So my name is Willem de Moor, Deputy Director at the JPI Oceans Secretariat. And as you might know, with JPI Oceans, we're the work package leader on communication within the Blue Economy Partnership. So as you have heard, the partnership sets very high ambitions. High ambitions in terms of calls, in terms of budgets, but also for involving a variety of different scientific approaches and stakeholders. So when developing the partnership, we contacted, among others, key actors, among others, Gabi Lombardo, who we have here with us today, from the European Association for Social Sciences and Humanities. And we're very glad to have you on the panel today, Gabi. Welcome. So we intend also to maintain this engagement. Sorry, is it too far? Yeah. Right. So we intend also to maintain this engagement, of course, in the future. And in that regard, I would like also to welcome Siri Granum-Carson here with us today from NTNU on this panel. So Siri is Professor of Applied Ethics and Director of NTNU Oceans. She has experience within the concept of RRI, so Responsible Research and Innovation, in the bioeconomy and the blue bioeconomy. And so both panelists are very well positioned to give us some important advice now that we're in the starting blocks of this partnership. Before going into that, though, I just want to sort of briefly introduce the acronym SSH, Social Science and Humanities, because it encompasses a very wide variety of disciplines, so ranging from sociology to economics to governance studies, legal studies, so that's SS, then the history, philosophy, linguistics, the humanities, the H. So when we talk about involving SSH into the partnership, we are really asking a lot of different things. And perhaps we should be more targeted and specific. So that brings us to the first topic for today, is how can we bring the SSH to address the different intervention areas in the partnership. And I'd like to start perhaps with you, Gabi, for this first session.
Thank you, first of all, for the invitation, and second, for giving us the last word.
Microphone, sorry.
Oops. Is it on? Okay, sorry. To give us the last word, I hope, as someone mentioned earlier. Yes, well, ISHE, the European Alliance of Social Science and Humanities, is the largest umbrella organization with over 70 members between institutions, universities, and disciplinary associations at the European level. What we're talking about here is obviously the scientific contribution. We know that the communication, the management has always been part of it, but what is missing still in most most of the challenges has been the contribution from the scientific part. And as I've been asked to have a bit more specific and to talk about examples, I'd like to go through very quickly, obviously, through the 5 intervention areas. To give it just a very sense of what we're talking about, we hope to be partners in contributing to design a course which could suggest the language which goes a little bit beyond the acronym SSH, but it's a bit more to the core of actions. So for example, we'll be talking about data gathering. Data on itself don't mean anything unless you know someone who can read it. We had a very advanced medical machine, and we didn't have those who could use it. So skills is crucial in this context. So particularly important. And the capacity to design new and innovative policies on the basis of the data. It's not something the policymakers do, it's something that social scientists do. And there's a difference between a policymaker, the mayor of a town, and a social scientist dedicated to look at policy interventions or policy implementation, trials of policy that work and don't work. We've been talking about marine structures and transport. And transport is a very complicated space, quite often derailed by monopolies, which actually are very well supported by something that we know as a very functioning policy mechanism, like subsidies. But subsidies have a very different impact depending on communities. We need to be aware of that. We need to learn that. We need to understand how that works from a scientific perspective. We've been talking about the impact of policy, and that's one of the things that we do, randomized trial on policies. Social scientists do look at what it works and what it doesn't, and why it does and why it doesn't, linked to community. I don't want to give any bad reminders, but some UK politician must have underestimated what was happening with fishermen. No policy analysis was done about what fishermen wanted. Brexit was the result of that vote. Healthy food. And here again, anthropologists are crucial. Our food is cultural. Our food is determined by traditions which stretch not just a few months, but centuries. And of course, we all agree that we should eat more algae and more insects. But I don't see many of you eating insects every day. I mean, if it's someone, please raise your hand. I'm really pleased to see it. But I'm interested to see how many will be persuaded. And actually, we can persuade the Sicilian to eat the sardines. I'm not sure we can persuade the Norwegians. Anyway, again, communities, again, anthropologists. Let me tell you the final things about food production, which is not just about what the best production of food that we have, but it's also about market, it's also about affordability. We know that quite often we know exactly how to produce sustainable food, but we don't do it. Farms are very well spread and very knowledgeable with fish farms. We know they exist, we know they are successful. How many use it, how many eat it? The consumer does buy from the fish farms, sometimes, depending where we are. Again, communities, impact on communities. And I stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabi. Some very poignant examples. Would you have anything to add there, Sia? I'm sure you have.
I think Gabi had a lot of really good...
The microphone, sorry.
Okay. Hi. All right. Well, I think Gabi already had a number of very good examples. I think I can be persuaded to eat sardines, I think, several times a week at least, even if I'm Norwegian. Insects? Well, I'm allergic to crickets, so, but yeah, maybe. But anyway, I think just in general, I support all Gabi's point. Of course, when it comes to the more technology-oriented, I think all of these intervention areas, the way they are sort of briefly described on the web page, they are described in relatively technology and natural science-oriented ways, even the one on planning and managing. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, of course, it's quite obvious that the perspectives of the humanities and the social sciences are needed in order for
any of these areas to reach these high ambitions that are described. And also, I think that what is important to point out that it's not only about sort of affirmative action here with the communication part or the getting it out there and so on, or in my case being an ethicist to go through this box-ticking exercise of checking that things are in compliance with ethical regulations and so on. But it's actually also in order to bring it in at a point where you actually describe the research questions. So you need to bring in the social scientists and the humanities people at that stage already. And it doesn't help to have this kind of working out the technologies that are functioning in that sense without making sure, as Gabi said, that it's also possible to implement it. And it doesn't only have to do with developing governance structures, of course, but it also has to do with building knowledge, for example, about people's cultural values and feelings in connection with blue food. For example, we cannot foresee a green transition of blue food without actually changing our feelings and values concerning what we eat. And I think also, for example, if we talk about the fourth intervention area, the one with a One Health approach, a healthy blue food under One Health approach. I think a concept like One Health, or sustainability for that matter, I think those are very value-laden concepts that are closely connected with actually changing the way we see ourselves as human beings, as being part of nature and not just as managers or shapers or shepherds or whatever concept you use in opposition to nature, taking care of nature, but actually dependent on nature in a different way. So I think environmental philosophy also is a very central discipline in that sense. And I think as the president of this beautiful establishment here said this morning also, the arts are very instrumental and important in order to shape our values and be sort of also not just studying our values, but also shaping our values. And there's a lot of talk also in the general setup of this wonderful partnership about the just blue transitions. And of course, we cannot really go into, in the overall description, what kind of justice we're talking about here. But of course, development within theories of justice are also very, very important here.
Right, so I do understand that we still perhaps need some work on our intervention areas, or certainly on the communication of the intervention areas, to make sure that including the social sciences and humanities is just not basically a box-ticking exercise. We really need to integrate that into the design of the calls in the first place, but then also into the design of the projects. But that brings us to our next question. So, I mean, social sciences and humanities can be seen as contributions to R&I projects, but beyond the research component in a single project, the social sciences can also offer a lot in terms of new knowledge. We recently also have seen seen the emergence of a new field of studies, sort of the progress studies, for example. But I think, could you elaborate perhaps a bit more on that in particular, and how SSH can help us on the path to impact and societal uptake of R&I?
Yeah, again, obviously my focus again is on scientific contribution. I mean, in this case, actually was mentioned this morning, the issue of translational research. When we're talking about interoperability of research methods, this is something which medicine has done lots of progress over 40 years and is well advanced. We are working on it. We are working on developing more. We're actually on the verge of doing a call for action to support the translational research in social science humanities in a way that we could take ownership of different scientific methods and make them interoperable, make them communicate with each other. So it's not a translation from one language to another, but very much from a scientific language to another scientific language. I think that's the best way to have to maximize impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Siri.
Yeah, I think yeah, in order for really a good sort of implementation between the STEM disciplines and the SSH, I think yeah, again, one issue that is very important here is that these disciplines are not seen as kind of an add-on or an afterthought or whatever, but that the researchers are brought in when it comes to yeah, being critical partners, so to speak, from the very beginning, with real influence over to set the research agenda and the methodologies that are being used and the social and ethical aspects and so on. I think, again, it's important to underline that these disciplines are not just there in these kind of frameworks for affirmative purposes, but importantly as critical partners, as for critical purposes, for pointing out paradoxes, for example. There are real dilemmas ahead, as this research agenda in this partnership very clearly shows. If you read through it, there's a lot of talk about how we are going to ramp up use, how we're going to ramp up extraction, manifold times upscale the production of food from the ocean, energy, maybe minerals, and at the same time, okay, so at the same time as this is happening, we are going to protect, we're ramping up protection and restoration, and we are on top of that in a quite precarious economic situation and geopolitical situation in Europe. So how will we in this situation be able to make the best choices? Because although we can maybe agree more or less on the goals, the pathways there are not clear. We have to make some difficult choices, and there are, I mean, you can say that the SSH disciplines can sort of smooth the path here, but I think it's just as important to point out that there are real differences in interests here, to bring that up, and not just as a, okay, this is something we need to smooth over, but it's something that to point out that there are differences and different values and different interests that needs to be taken into considerations. Yeah. And I think it's also, I would argue that it's important to do those, to do this kind of research in its own right sometimes, not just as sort of a part of a STEM-dominated project, in order to secure internal development within these disciplines also. I'm thinking, like, for the last framework program, the Horizon 2020, we had the SWAPs projects, which I think were important in order to develop a toolbox. Those are taken out as from the framework as it is now, because it's seen as these kind of issues should be much more integrated, which is good in principle, but but I'm not sure it's in practice that it's well enough set up to secure a good sort of good development within these disciplines. I don't know what you think of it.
No, totally agree, but also the issue is very much what you were saying, is that the call design. I mean, you have a call that's been launching, it's going to be launched in 2 weeks, but the contents are still sort of we're still discussing it. So clearly the call design is fundamental, and this call design showed some time, especially in some areas, in some areas even more than others, how lack of knowledge of what this researcher can deliver in terms of content, and therefore address them to contribute to it. That's what matters the most. So co-design is key in this case, and be contributed to the co-design from start.
Right, so from the call design, basically start integration there, but also start integration in designing your project as a project applicant. I think that is key as well, and like you say, you have to do it from the start. Now that we see less and less of these projects really focusing on the social sciences and humanities, we really have to integrate it into the project proposals, which are now going to come in. But you wanted to add? Yes.
One thing, just bear in mind that 50% of the top publications in social science humanities are from European scholars. This is a massive comparative advantage for Europe, which hardly we take advantage in European programs. That's really a miss. You know, it's like having a Ferrari with 3 gears and you only use 2.
So with that, I think we'll close, but I think before we close, we'll open up the floor to every one of you and see if there are any questions from the floor. I think Catherine.
Thank you to Siri and Gabi. I think this is a really interesting session. Co-creation, co-design, yes, definitely, but I'd like to ask, triggered a little bit what Siri said, consumer perception, for instance. Where are the thresholds? What's the cost benefit? Where are the willingness on transaction cost? Is it sensible on the intervention areas to have projects which really look at this absorbity acceptance with, for instance, society? I ask it because I was baffled by the resistance, for instance, to take in Norway on renewable energy, not in our yard, not in our backyard, and the same with the COVID on vaccines, where the world was taken by surprise by the fact that the consumers weren't all just thrilled by the fact that there was a vaccine there. Would it, if we have that sort of additional science where the scientists from social and humanities work in parallel with the technology in addition to the co-design on each intervention area in each region, be helpful? Sorry to be long.
Yeah, you put the finger exactly on the soft spot, because we keep talking about interdisciplinarity as if it's a done deal. Actually, there is some areas, some issues are very much driven by one discipline and another discipline. We're not going to talk about or contribute very much on the mapping of the ground of an ocean or a sea, but we have a contribution in mapping what's happening when we talk about, for example, planning. Of course, a discipline have their space, the knowledge and the contribution. Sometimes they should be let drive that space, and as the portfolio approach could suggest. And I'm not so sure actually delivers, and we will see, we have to see that with the missions. It's a combination of projects. We can look at the same issue, the same challenge from different perspectives. If you were looking at a pen, if you are a physics scientist, you want to know what's the lightest material that works for a pen. If I'm a sociologist, I want to know what the function is in the community, who holds the pen. It's a different perspective, and it's a combination like a puzzle of pieces, where I'm an expert for something, and you're an expert for something else. We don't necessarily have to say and do the same things to be interdisciplinary. We need to be complementary, and that's why I was talking about interoperability or methodology.
Exactly. And at this point, I think it's important to remember also the time aspect. We don't have time to develop this world's lightest pen or the new food products or whatever, and then check out if people actually will accept it and have it. And we need to bring these perspectives in from the very start. People's reason to act or reason to shop, whatever, it's not given, right? It changes under different social circumstances and different pressures working on us. And we are not homo economicus when we go to the supermarket. We are people with values, but we're also people with feelings. So we need to have those aspects in before we waste any time in bringing the solution forwards, which will not be effective.
Thank you, Siri. I heard we have time for one more question. I can't see.
And if there's none, then we will not enforce it. I think that was a very interesting session, and it gave a flavor of the benefit we could have from including social sciences and humanities, maybe stronger. I actually heard a little bit of criticism also that, for example, if you read the intervention areas, I noticed that from your perspective, you don't find your approach, your thinking, and well enough maybe you don't take ownership and so on. So here's maybe some room for improvement. The partnership is obviously, as was said before, it carries on for a long time, which is one of its strengths and can be improved stepwise. Good. Yeah.
Maybe we can have a new generation of partnerships, so where we actually have a real integration of all disciplines.
Absolutely. Okay, good. Thank you very much to this panel. So I learned a lot, and also remembering back the first panels, for example, I did learn that the European Commission is fully on the way of removing administrative and technical obstacles to actually enabling combination of funding streams and so on. So that was very encouraging. I also heard that the Ocean Mission actually is on a good way of really assembling many contributions to the charter. And I would call everyone here also to add on to that. I know in JP Oceans we are preparing our submission, so please to everyone do that, so that this kind of parallel or complementary big Horizon Europe initiative succeeds, develops momentum to the benefit of a healthy ocean. Good. With that, I hand over to the coordinator, Raffaele Liberali, for some, what is it called, a wrap-up and conclusions. We're expecting a lot from you now, a lot of wisdom.
Thank you very much. It's late, everybody's tired, everybody wants to go, so I shall be very short. It will be not a wrap-up or conclusion, just I would say two very short things that for me was very, very important today. First, we understood and we have seen from the intervention of Ketutis and from John and from the political introduction by the head of cabinet, the commissioner, the Norwegian ministry, how important is this partnership for the success of the mission and how closely is linked, and which could be the major impact both at European and national level. And that, I think, is the first crucial point. This kind of attitude, this kind of instrument are really fundamental to build the European research area and innovation area in different sectors, starting from seas and oceans. So that is crucial for our future. So I think that is the first big message we got today. From this, from my point of view, very successful morning. And why is so successful? Because I think the attitude of the different partners. We listen to everybody, we have the feeling that we are a real partner. We work together, all together, in the same direction, with the same principle, with the same objectives. And that is thanks to all the partners, to all the work that with Catherine and with the other we did in the last, let's say, year and a half. Building this consensus, building this cooperation between us. And that is crucial because that will mean the success. I don't mention all, I'm looking at Maurice and all the other around, all the partners, all the work package leader, all the task leader that really were closely connected and worked together. First point. Second point, I think there was, and I would thank who prepared the agenda, a key word in all the agenda, and that is connectivity. It's thanks to connectivity, to all the different dimensions, the links between European mission, other partnerships, work program, yearly work program of Horizon Europe, Cluster 6, links with national priorities, links with other activities, social dimension. I mean, all this kind funding with regional funding and resilience fund are crucial for our success. And I think we are implementing all these connectivities. It's not easy. It's neither easy for us nor for the Commission, I know. But we are working together on this, and we will succeed. So I think that are the main conclusions I can take. Just a last word to thanks. To thanks, first of all the partners. I don't mention each of you because it's too long, but everybody knows. Thank the Commission to be here. But first of all, I would thank the coordination team. I want to thank Margherita for fantastic job she did. I want to thank Giorgio also. Very committed. Jasmine, that today is not with us, but she's somewhere. But I don't see her now around. And all the communication team of the ministries, and the representative, the chair, the president, and the director of the Fine Arts Institute that created this fantastic moment during 3 days in this fantastic place. Thank you very much to all, and have a good way back.